That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. Welcome to a Friday night. It is Friday night, Neverwinter Nights, tonight, in fact, as we continue with this game, and I hope people are looking forward to it, although this is not what I had been expecting to play as of about an hour ago, but we got some other stuff that was going on. And we had an internet problem with one of our Esper Genesis players. And so we have rescheduled Esper Genesis to next Friday. You'll be happy to know it'll be at the same time as usual, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. But because of that, and because I was, had to like reconfigure and redo everything that I was planning on doing, it meant that we are starting a little bit later than normal tonight because I was not planning on doing Neverwinter Nights 2 tonight. So, but we are here, we are ready to go, and I hope you folks are looking forward to some Neverwinter Nights 2 action. And hello to Great Butler and Rock God and Mrs. Dunsel, and the kids are asleep, hey, and all the lovely people. Welcome, everyone. Okay, before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube. I do want to remind everybody that we are trying to build up our subscriber numbers there. We're trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers because it will make it a lot easier to be able to do stuff with the channel in terms of stuff beyond just what we do here on Twitch. Again, I love the Twitch community. I have no plans to go anywhere else, but it would just be nice to have an option just in case something goes south with, DMCA. I'm just spitballing here, so it'd be nice to have that option. So please, if you do get the chance, head over there and subscribe to me over on YouTube. I would appreciate it. Again, it doesn't cost you anything, but it definitely would help us out. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please make sure to jump by over there. We have well over 200 members on that now, and that is always a happening place, so check that out. And !ArvTweets is my Twitter, where I will always try to tweet when I go live or when there is an alteration in the schedule plan, like tonight, or any of those sorts of things. So please consider tweeting over there or following me over on my Twitter over there. Website for all of this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can pick up stuff from Infinity and beyond, about which more in a moment. Adventures of Middle-earth, and of course Esper Genesis, which was supposed to be tonight, or soon to be Esper Genesis, which was supposed to be tonight, but as I said, got rescheduled. That shop is under construction, but you can still support us by getting stuff over there at !Arv Shop. !Arv is the Patreon, thank you, Rockon, where we currently have right now 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. We're trying to pick that up a little bit if we can. That has been going slowly in the right direction, and that will also make a big difference since that is the financial backbone of the channel. That really does help. It allows me to do things like put money into new videos and overlays and things that I might be needing, like, right as we speak right now, which reminds me, I don't know why I keep forgetting this, but let me see. That just reminded me about something that I need to put down here. Hold on a second. Bear with me. I need to make sure. Sending this as a reminder to myself that I need to commission an Everon overlay from you. Okay, good. So I sent this as a reminder that I need to get an overlay made, and I'm in the process of doing it. So that's good. So while that is going on, all right, let me just make sure my minute is that. Okay, good. So yes, anyway, that Patreon allows me to do stuff like that, and so support there is really appreciated. It also helps you and the channel as a whole, and also helping you and the channel as a whole is subscribing to the channel. That allows you to get those sub badges and emotes, and also lets you get inspirations to help the players, which is also what the Patreon support can do. So all of that is really awesome, and I would love it if you would be able to, it's up Rising Tides, if you would be willing to support us over there. And of course we have, as per usual, the stuff for our publishing. Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from the amazing Athos Arts. Athos Arts, of course, that graphic novel is a silver medal winner now in the IBPA Benjamin Franklin Awards for Best Graphic Novel of 2020. It is a silver medalist, so that was very cool. And we are up for the Midwest Book Awards, which is going to be happening a couple of weeks from now, actually. So I am hopeful for that. And we are going to be doing, hopefully, other books in the series down the line. But you can check that out with exclamation point Icarus, the retail version of that coming out soon. Athos Arts is the publisher of record for that, and they will also be publishing my novel Gray Shade, probably about 5 to 6 weeks. That is part of a series, and the Kickstarter for the rest of the books and the tabletop role-playing game and the board game and the audiobook by our own Trending Sparks, all of that is going to be coming out in late summer, early fall. So jumping on board, that would be very much appreciated. You could check that out with exclamation point Gray Shade KS. And we have exclamation point Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is our 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Alligator Alley is doing the role-playing game for the Gray Shade thing that I previously mentioned. And I should say as well that I'm going to be doing a fair bit over the next couple of weeks with that Tales and Tomes, because I'm going to be doing a background for the Hearthglow Academy. I'm going to be doing just not a huge thing, but probably 5 to 10 pages or so on the background and history of the Academy, where the adventure that I wrote takes place. And then I'm going to be doing a short story set in that world as well. Those are both Kickstarter things to fulfill, which now that we actually have the print book out of customs, I'm actually in the position to fulfill them. So I'm going to be doing that. And then once that's done, I'm going to be taking about 7 to 8 weeks off, where I'm doing a whole bunch of nothing other than just streaming, hanging out with the family and enjoying our new house, and basically reading and playing some video games, and a whole lot of just fun, relaxing stuff for a couple of months until we get to mid-August, and I have to start getting ready again for first of all starting to get ready for school and the fall, but also getting ready for some Gray Shade stuff down the line. So I'm looking forward to that. That should be a very good time. But yeah, so there's going to be more coming on a Hearthglow Academy and the library soon. Again, exclamation point Library for that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Hey, what's up, Garlic Tofu? Exclamation point BLM. You picked up Ballstick from his journey to Kansas. I hope that journey was a successful one. Good to see you, Garlic. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the importance and significance of Black lives. And exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. What's up, Bulgaris? So just a couple of quick notes then about schedule. So again, tonight we have Neverwinter Nights 2. As per Genesis has been rescheduled until next Friday because we had internet problems for one of our players, and because this next session is going to involve motorcycles, essentially motorcycles, and a base infiltration, it's just not the thing that you want only 3 people out of your 4 doing. So we're going to have try to get the full crew here, and that means that we'll be playing the 18th and the 25th. Because of various schedule conflicts on the other end, it means that Rebel Crown we'll see, but it may end up having to be pushed back to July for the Speculate Twitch joint event of Rebel Crown. I've been having a great time doing that, but it doesn't necessarily look like schedules are going to work out for that this month. We'll see, but it doesn't look likely, so that may end up getting rescheduled, but fear not, it's not going to go away. The good news is that you've had plenty of Blades in the Dark Case of the Cindered Seal this month, because you had one last Sunday, and you're going to have one this coming Sunday as well, with the Rising Tides as your GM, and The Kids Are Asleep, and Turbo Tango, and Yui Gawain Lin, and Yuri Kusano playing. So you will definitely want to check that out if you haven't seen it. It is a really, really awesome gameplay show, and it's well worth your while to check out. So that's going to be happening coming up this Sunday, and you will have had 2 of those this month. So we've got that going on Sunday. But tomorrow, I am very excited because tomorrow we have the debut of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond Eberron, Oracle of War. The first adventure in that campaign is called The Nightland, and we're going to be starting that out. I had about a 2-hour conversation with the players yesterday. For those of you who missed the memo or didn't see the tweets, Rob is going to be joining us. Darkside Rob is going to be returning to the fold. So the cast is going to be Trendane, John, Darkside Rob from the original INB crew, and then they will be joined by Jennifer Brozek and Marie Bilodeau of Emberwind fame. And that group of 5 is going to be taking you forward with the longest running of the campaigns on this channel, D&D with INB. So I'm very excited about that. Eberron is a world that I have a lot of love for, and I think it's going to be set up really awesome, and we're doing an intro video for it. It's not going to be ready by tomorrow, but by the next session, we should have it ready, and that intro video, I think, is going to be pretty sweet, and he said, yes, it was good. That's good. So it's going to be awesome. I'm actually really excited about Eberron. And for those of you who did not see this, in fact, this is so exciting, I'm going to put myself on the screen for it. So I'm going to get rid of this, I'm going to get rid of this, and then I'm going to turn on that. There we go. So, hi, everyone. I am so excited, in fact, about this, folks, that for those of you who did not hear this campaign, this Eberron campaign, is going to be running from level 1 to level 20. That's right. It is going to bring you through the full range of reasonable characters. I know that there are some character levels games that can go up to like 24, 25, but at that point, you're really not dealing with human beings anymore at that point, right? Level 1 to level 20. It is all in all. It is going to be great. So I am super excited for it. It's going to be running for a while. It is going to be a campaign that takes them from one end of Corvair, the continent of Corvair, to the other. It's going to be sweet. So you will not want to miss it. Thank you, Lost Rivers. This mood lighting is your favorite. Yeah, I dig this. I actually had to play around a little bit with it, but yeah. So I am super excited about it. Level 1 to level 20, and Eberron, like, I'm just going to say that they start in a village called Salvation on the edge of the Mournland. It's very Old West. So if you just have this image of, like, we've been sitting there on the edge of the Mournland now for a long time, and it took us some time to realize that perhaps what had been was never coming back again. And that's what brought us here, to the edge of hell and back. And then, welcome to the village of Salvation. It's going to be great. I'm just, oh man, it's going to be a lot of fun. So yes, Eberron starts tomorrow, so you will not want to miss that debut. It's basically a session 0.5 tomorrow. I've already kind of done the session 0 a little bit with the players, but we're going to be doing a 0.5 with all of you, mostly so I can introduce the world to those of you who don't know a lot about it. Eberron is very different from Forgotten Realms and very different certainly from Barovia and Strahd. So I want to make sure I have the chance to introduce a little bit of the world. And then, of course, we have to introduce the characters. Unlike previous campaigns, this group of characters will have been together for a reasonably long period of time before the campaign actually starts. So they're not going to actually meet each other during the campaign the way a lot of campaigns begin. This one actually starts with them being together as a particular group with a particular group patron. And again, I'm not going to spoil any of that for you. We will talk more about that when we do this tomorrow. So it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. My son's birthday party. My son could not have his birthday party last weekend because we had our concert going on with Tall Heights that we were fortunate enough to host here. So Saturday, tomorrow, we've got a bouncy castle and the whole 9 yards coming in for him, and he's very excited about it, and he has some friends coming over. So we got a birthday party tomorrow, and then we've got Eberron after that, and then on Sunday I'm going to relax for part of the day and work on Hearthglow Academy for part of the day. So, and then watch Blades in the Dark, of course, Sunday evening. So I have got my weekend prepared, let me tell you. I've got it all set up. It's going to be good to go. Yes. Is that they let you have a level 1 to 20 adventure. Yeah, well, I know. Yeah, Rockod. But trust me, you're going to get enough of the who are these people episodes, right? The feel of this campaign to me is something like Indiana Jones meets Leverage meets Mission Impossible meets Noir. Like, it's sort of pulp meets noir with a lot of Indiana Jones and a little bit of an Old West feel thrown in. Steampunk and magic, and it's great. So I'm super excited to share it with all of you. And that's going to be happening starting tomorrow. So please spread the word. And then again on Sunday, we've got Blades in the Dark and Case of the Cindered Seal, which is going to be awesome as well. So that's what we've got going on. Next week, we will be back to Adventures of Middle-earth. We will have, of course, next week on Tuesday afternoon, we will have the second debut, which is D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That'll be happening. And we already have custom overlays for that. And we've got an intro video that may or may not be done by then, but we're working on that as well. That'll be done in short order anyway. So we've got that happening. And then so that's going to happen. And then that evening, Tuesday evening, I believe it's this coming Tuesday, although I have to check. This Tuesday evening coming, then we were going to have more of the Our Vocalist with Neocab. And I know a lot of folks have been really enjoying that. And then Wednesday, we have got the Shadow Crew returns with Dragon of Icespire Peak. So that's going to be back at you. Thursday, we're off. Friday, we've got some Esper Genesis action coming at you. And then on Saturday, I believe we've got some more of this game, Neverwinter Nights 2. So it's going to be great. I'm excited about it, and it's going to be all good. You like all of those things you just mentioned. Oh man, it's the other thing I love about Eberron, also Rising Tides, is that there are these wonderful tensions that exist in the world that get played out a little bit, not just intrigue, and I know you're a big fan of that like I am, but also there's something about the style of it, the feel of it, and also the question of war that always sort of floats in the background, and the choices that people sometimes have to make to allow themselves to exist within a world like Eberron, because Eberron itself is the creation of a battle essentially among three dragons. I'll talk about this much more tomorrow. And that sort of feel kind of drifts down to the people who were involved. So it is both a more tolerant and diverse society, but it's also a society in which that tolerance and diversity sometimes covers over these tensions. For example, the rails themselves, the the magic rails that are run, lightning rails, are powered by trapped lightning elementals who are kept in place by the mages who control them. So it's like, that's awesome. And then you're like, wait, what? How does that happen? So, and these things are subtle. I'm not going to suggest that this is going to be making wild, this is not going to question all the time, but it is going to have some of those tensions that are available there for the party to be able to explore, not to mention their own characters that are invested in this. So it's pretty cool. I love also the characters that the players have created for you. There are a lot of really neat, different ones, and they're different, not like Strahd, where everyone is deeply, it's not like this. It's much more where there's a feel where everyone is trying to work something out, but they're really doing it this time as a group, as a community, and I love that. So it's going to be awesome. I'm really excited about it. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. Community. I beg your pardon. That's right. Community D&D is not this Wednesday. It's Thursday. We had to change that because of a schedule thing for them. Yes. Thank you, Rock God. My bad. So it'll be Thursday night. But the point is, you're going to get it this week. That's the point that I wanted to make. So very exciting. It's going to be good stuff. Yes. There is a little bit of those that walk away from Omelas feel to this a little bit. I mean, again, I don't want to overplay it. I'm not suggesting that Eberron is this massively, countercultural radical setting, but it does do a lot more, I think, below the surface, and I think in interesting ways. And some of it, we will have the chance to touch on during the course of this level 1 to level 20 adventure. And so it's going to be super good. It's going to be great. I'm excited. Oh, yeah, you're damn right it is. It's very, very good. Yeah. So good stuff. That is what we were looking at. But today we've got some Neverwinter Nights 2. And I need to tell you all, I am feeling good in this room for two reasons. Number one, I had a haircut. And so you may notice that the hair is now gone. It's back to my normal, but I really like the haircut. And I was this close to coming on and being like, you know what, the hell with it. Let's go no hat. I was so close. I lost my nerve, but I am very close to doing that. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. We'll see. But I actually really kind of like this haircut. So I'm real close to not having the hat on stream. Yesterday with my players, I showed up and they're like, obviously many of them are friends who have seen me without the hat before, but they're like, geez, you have a head? I didn't realize you had a head without the hat. So I'm thinking about it. So that was the first thing. Hey, what's up, Elness? Also, hi, Crit Twitch, if I didn't say hi before. So that was the first thing. I'm feeling good about the hair. Second thing I wanted to say is that I do not have, now listen, chat, for a minute, listen. Do you hear a fan? I don't think you do. Do you see? Let me hold up a piece of paper. It's not, I don't see it. I don't see it blowing. It is not moving. It's not moving in my hand. And that is because the fan has been removed, for it is no longer necessary. Because the ACs are in, chat. They are in. The ACs are in. I have now ductless ACs in both of the kids' rooms and in my mother-in-law's room and in this office. So it is now a nice, clean 75. Now, the nice thing now outside, it was a beautiful day here in Southern Connecticut. So, I have to say, in fairness, that it hasn't been really tested yet. We'll see what happens when it gets up to like 91, 92, 93 degrees and up and how it handles things then. But man, in terms of the difference between, because even this morning when I walked up here before it was turned on, walking up from the level of the house where it was still pretty comfortable because it was, lower temperatures outside, as you walk up the stairs, it's like you're walking into a sauna. That's how hot it was up here. And so walking up into it, no change. It just feels exactly like it does on that lower floor because it's doing its job. So it is put in. The installers did a great job with it. They installed it in about 2 3/4 days, basically, which is what they said they would do. Installed 4 different units. We have the compressor unit outside of the house is almost silent. Like literally the wind was louder than this unit. I was like, are you kidding me? And they're like, they almost looked smug about it. They're like, yeah, it's pretty quiet. I was like, so I am so excited because what that means, chat, is that I don't have to, first of all, deal with that stupid thing. In fact, I need to get that air conditioner out of here. I need to get a couple of strong, strapping young types to help me because I'm not going to be carrying a 65 to 70 pound air conditioner down these steep stairs myself. I'll tell you right now. So we're going to get that down out of here. The heck with that. So that means the office, the windows don't get lost. The ductless is working. The thing is in place. The electricity use is going to be much less than what I would have had to do with my fan running 24/7 with these massive air conditioners all over the place. It means that I can like literally, we must have like 10 air conditioners they left for us. I can't believe they did this every year, but they're not going to have to do it now. So I can reconfigure so I can put the air conditioners in rooms that don't have ductless ACs. And that's fine because those are rooms that aren't used all the time. Like my son's room, my daughter's room, my mother-in-law's room, this office gets used a lot. The guest room has not been used much yet, although we're planning to use it more. So we'll have an air conditioner in there. We have a little room, which is almost like a utility room that my wife sometimes uses to do yoga and stuff like that. That has an air conditioner that we're going to put in there for that purpose. But these are things that we don't need to have. Those are like little window units, right? So that's going to help a lot in terms of energy cost. And it just is going to make it so much more comfortable. And the cool thing here is that, if you'll pardon the pun, cool thing, is that the air conditioners, most air conditioners, they're on or off, right? So you flip it on, it's like, bzzz, right, really loud like this. And even my central air system, it, was like that at the old place, right? So this doesn't do that. This is like a DC, which means it's constantly at a certain low level or high level, depending on what it needs. So right now, for instance, it's essentially it's silent. I can't hear it. And that's because it's on very slightly, because that's all it does at this point. When the temperature rises, it senses that. And just like having a hybrid car, the engine slowly goes up to compensate. And in the winter, when I need heating, it is a split unit, which means it also heats. So in the winter, it will do the same thing. And I can keep the office at the temperature I like. My daughter and son Well, my son doesn't know about it yet because he's only 5. But my daughter can keep the temperature at what she wants it to be, and my mother-in-law can keep the temperature at what she wants to be. No one will freeze or boil, and so I'm very very happy with it. That's gonna happen. So, yes. The cold can get up to the second floor, run fans in the winter. Yeah, that's the thing. Small apartment. Yeah. So I'm excited about that. I need cool bird emotes. It's true. But I can't tell you how nice it is just to feel like, like I just feel super comfortable here again. And that was the only problem with the office at all, right? The only problem with the office was just, it was too hot in the summer. Now that's not a problem anymore. So, I mean, you all know how much I love this place, and like it just got better somehow. So I'm excited. The other reason I'm excited, by the way, we got the mother of all mosquito swarms. So I found out that where we are is one of the worst areas. Our particular neighborhood is one of the worst areas for mosquitoes because it's relatively low lying and it's near the ocean, and so the mosquitoes came out in force. And so we had a guy someone came out and sprayed. They use a particular kind of stuff which has very low environmental impact. In fact, it washes away with the rain. Has very little environmental impact and breaks down quickly, but it is very effective at stopping mosquitoes, dropping them significantly. And sure enough, it went down from a swarm where I was literally. Last night, I picked up my daughter from her Taekwondo thing, and I drove back. We had to literally run from the car into the house because the mosquitoes were that bad. Today, I saw like one mosquito flying around. So that was big because mosquitoes, not only are they really annoying, they also, frankly, can be a little dangerous. They can harbor disease and that stuff. They provide essentially nothing good to anyone except maybe a food source for birds. We also have a bat house that we're putting up because we would like to get some more bats in the neighborhood, because bats are really good at eating mosquitoes. Bats are actually incredible at eating mosquitoes. Bats will literally just fly back and forth with their mouths open using their sonar, and will literally just be like thousands of mosquitoes a night they eat, like thousands. So no, our city, and they do spread disease. City doesn't spray for mosquitoes because the problem is, Panda Eye, that it's hard to do. My neighborhood has a lot of sort of, how do I put it? Like a bunch of lawns that go in weird directions. Like it's not one of these places where it's like massive football field yard. You know what I mean? Like all of like some people have different sized yards. My yard is decent sized, but it's like not configured the way you normally would expect. And also because it's a historic home, there's limitations to what they can actually do. Plus, frankly, I don't want the city to be carpet bombing us with whatever the hell they use on pesticide, because I know what's not going to be good for my children. So basically, I want to be able to do it in the way that I do it, which is having something which is effective but has a somewhat more limited effect. It is effective. It's not as effective as if we use the really poisonous stuff, but the really poisonous stuff affects the life cycle of bees and butterflies, and that's bad. Plus, it could be toxic. We would like to get a dog sometime, and so that also is not good. Just like for multiple reasons. I would rather pay a little bit extra to do this treatment a little more often, but still for it to be effective, because we needed to do something. Like, it wasn't livable. We need to enjoy being outside during the summer and the spring and the early fall, and mosquitoes this bad, we couldn't do it. So that is the deal. So I am very happy about that. So we're fairly we're mosquito very limited outside now, and we've got the amazing comfortable inside now, and so I'm good to go. We are ready to make it happen. What's up, Mar? How you doing? Hello, Mar. Good to see you. What is up? I need that prof money. Oh yeah. This is about the prof money. No, it's not about the prof money. This is money that was built in when we bought the house that we knew we were going to need to spend money on adjusting it, because they were like, oh yeah, we use these air conditioners. And they literally had 10 of them. And we're like, that's great. Because here's the thing. If you run those air conditioners 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, your electricity bill is going to be ridiculous. And I can't swing that because I do have prof money, meaning I don't have enough money to be able to pay crazy bills like that. Plus the environmental impact. If you get something like this, what we have set up right now is a little more expensive up front, but it will save us a lot of money in the long run because it's so much more efficient, and we don't have to constantly be flipping on and off, for our own power for like a typical AC would be. So much better. Yeah, that's more or less when we get them to Lost Rivers. It's just when we say get mosquitoes, it's like Nightmareville mosquito is what I mean. Like so freaking many of them. And that was the thing that we needed to address. So there you go. That's the deal. Um, the bill is insane. Oh yeah. It's just like, it's just insane. So anyway, but enough chit chat. I know you folks are all here not to listen to me chit chat about stuff, but I was basically just explaining that I'm feeling good. I'm feeling comfortable in my own place, which is really nice. Yeah, and I'm following up on the last things I have to make a dentist appointment, stuff like that I, in my new area up here, but I'm almost gotten through all the different things I need to do to kind of stay settled. And so I'm feeling good about it. And I even had some really delicious Indian food. We have a really good Indian food place near us too. And so I had some delicious chicken shag. And let me tell you, if you have not had good chicken shag, you're missing out. It was really good. Also, I had some lamb naan. Goat naan. And that was really good. Except my daughter, little Arv, was horrified because she really likes goats, baby goats in particular. So I was like, this goat naan that I'm eating was from a bad goat, an evil goat, a goat that. And now garlic tofu is leaving forever and is like unsubscribed, unfollowed, unpublished. I can't believe it. So my apologies. Yeah, I was like, it's not bad. See, I wouldn't do that because I love my daughter and oh man, so good though. It was really, really delicious. So yeah, all of that's to say I'm in a good mood. And so I'm looking forward to sharing it with you as we move into Neverwinter Nights 2. I need to adjust to my future vegan daughter. I mean, listen, that may be listen, if that's what she did, I'm supportive, I'm not, opposed to those sorts of things. I'm going to have to alter this setup because I accidentally was playing on pen and pixels on this screen and I didn't mean to be. So I'm going to need to make some adjustments. Like I think I put Twitch chat wrong. I think it's supposed to be like that, if I'm not mistaken. That I'm a better human than you. Well, I just love my kid because she's great. Okay, good. All right, so let's do it. Time has come to place Neverwinter Nights 2 complete and move forward in the quest to finally do the main quest, which I can't do until I can convince Neverwinter that actually we are not the people that have been brought up on trumped up charges and that they should. And the way we're doing this is we're like, all right, we're pledging ourselves to Neverwinter. And I'm like, my dude, all I do is pledge myself to Neverwinter. That's all I do in this game. I show up, fire it up, wake up in the morning, go to Lord Neverember. Like, how can I save the city 3 times today? Save it, come back. He's like, all right, pretty good. You've almost proven yourself. I'm like, great, go to bed. Rinse, repeat the next day. Like, that's all it is, That's true, and that's actually a good point. I mean, the drill. We've talked about this, garlic. Of course, I totally understand. But yeah, Indian food. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know. I'm fully aware. Even the jokes and the memes about vegans. Sometimes I feel bad about that. But I was going to say that Indian is actually pretty good for that because there are a lot of really good choices as long as you can make sure that you're watching what's in the sauces. Because my understanding from vegans who've talked to me about this, and I'm interested to hear what garlic tofu thinks, but my understanding is that vegans, it's sometimes the sauces that are allegedly vegetarian actually are meat based in some way, which kind of defeats the purpose. So I don't know how much of that is the case in particular Indian foods, except that I know that when there is something that's confirmed vegetarian, I have a good friend of mine who's a vegetarian, not a vegan, but a vegetarian, and talks quite a bit about the fact that Indian, when you do it right, can be one of the better foods to try. Has a lot of variety available for someone who wants to go just the vegetable route. So, for what that's worth, it's pretty reliable. Okay, yeah, right, because that's true. There is a lot of cream, I guess, that's used right in Indian. My daughter loves butter chicken, so Yep. Gelatin. We actually do. We have a lot of chicken broth in our house because it's a very good stand-in for other kinds of more fatty or more, just not as healthy for you. So we'll often do something where they'll get a chicken, they'll eat the chicken, and then they will simmer, basically boil the chicken down for stock, and then that stock makes all kinds of things. Stir fry, is used for various rice dishes and things like that that we make for the rest of the week. And so chicken broth is a there's a lot that they get out of chicken broth. So I can totally imagine that being a big thing. That's true, actually, Rising Tides. That's true. It can be. Sure. It can be. And that's a good point, too, actually, Panda Eyes, that it is true that where I remember having Indian food once that was much more towards coastal regions. And, so the food it really tasted to me more Vietnamese or almost Tibetan than it did what I would traditionally in my mind associate with Indian. So that was kind of interesting to me. Hey, Triffity Mats, subscribe 15 months. Hello, so glad to be part of this community. We are so glad you're a part of the community, Triffid. Seriously. You already know that because we've talked about this quite a bit. But it's good to see you, Triffid. I hope all is well. Welcome. All right, people. So here's the drill with this quest. I'm going to be honest with you all. Prince Justin, another one of my favorite people. What's up, Prince Justin? Good to see you. The Tier 2, the 13-month streak, subscribed for 26 months. Good to see you, Prince Justin. What's up? What is going on, Prince Justin? It's good to see you. Listen, here's the deal with this quest. It's good to see everybody once again. Oh my goodness. All of the subs. 25 months of resubbage. What's going on, Lone Wolf? Another Tier 2 resub. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf. I appreciate that very much. 25 months. Wow. 2 years and a month. That is good stuff. All the subs all the time. Just all the subs. Just raining subs. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that. So the deal with this quest, I have to be honest with you all. This quest is not one I'm looking forward to. This quest is basically to get Nishka to shut up. Because basically Nishka, who is my rogue, has this rivalry with, I think his name is Leldon, about who is the greatest thief in Neverwinter. And so now she wants to rob the Collector. And as you might expect, whenever you get a capital of something, usually that means trouble if it's a villain, right? Like if you get the Brain or the Watcher or the whatever, that's usually like the Nothing in Neverending Story. Like, you don't want that, right? You don't want the whatever if you're the villainous thing. So the Collector means this place is going to be riddled with traps and all kinds of stuff. And all of this just to get Nishka to be quiet and get back some of my deeply fading influence with her. So I'm going to do this quest. And then I can't do this thing of going to West Harbor because we're not allowed to leave the city yet. So I'm going to do this quest. And then I've got to go and talk to Grayson at the City Watch headquarters in the Merchant Quarter so I can convince him that we're not actually bad guys, even though I would hope that would be obvious by now. So first we go through this and embarrass ourselves probably by opening up this mansion. So I'm just warning y'all, this is the way this is going to go. So, oh, we've got a hype train. Oh my god. All right, so first of all, I'm so sorry to hear about the aggressive dog. I know you already know this, Triffid, but this is 100% on the owner. It has nothing to do with you, and it doesn't have anything really to do with the dog. It has to do with the lousy ownership, and as a person who has owned many dogs in the past and wishes to own again in the future, I am really sorry you had to deal with that. That sucks. But I'm glad that your walk was well, I'm glad that you're safe. I guess I'll just put it that way. As far as being available on this, I don't know if Neverwinter Nights 2 is available on tablet. Baldur's Gate in the extended edition or the enhanced edition is available on tablet. I haven't played that, although I imagine it would work pretty well. This is the GOG version, though, that's available on PC. I could see it working. The problem with playing any of this on tablet is one thing, and that is the camera. Because the camera's bad enough when you have a mouse to actually deal with, to go back and forth. Man, if you don't have that, and you were just trying to do that by clicking and dragging, that would drive me up a wall. So that's the only problem I would say with that. And Lone Wolf has gifted a sub to Mar044. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for the gift. I guess we've got a hype train going on, huh? Do we have a... All right, I got to go pop up the hype train. This is why you were all the best viewers on Twitch, by the way. I come on here, I'm chatting about stuff happening, and then you're all like, oh, let me just do a bunch of subs. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Garlic Tofu. Wow, and we are on level 3 hype now. We are on, we're on level 2. We've completed level 2. We're in the midst of level 3 hype. Thank you very, very much. Garlic Tofu, welcome back as a gift sub. Thank you. Thank you so much to the anonymous gifter. Thank you, everybody. And someone else has gifted a sub to Panda Eyes Peach Faced. So we are now 29% into this hype train, this level 3 hype train. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, I was not expecting a hype train. This is most unexpected, but welcome. Thank you very, very much for this train. I dig it. I'm gonna keep this train up so I can actually see it. I can't see it on Chatty. So, all right. Yeah, the camera control is the problem. I mean, like, honestly, I would almost say if there was a separate little thing just to attach to the tablet just for the camera, it sounds ridiculous, but like that would make a difference. Yeah, welcome, Pandai. Welcome to this. And thank you, everybody. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. Get ready to be attacked by everything.
Let's see what they're made of. I lay me for brain.
Okay. You need to not escape.
Let's see what they're made of.
Well, so much for the stealthy approach. Okay. One more of those. What is going on over there? Why is Chandra... What is... What is going on up here? Oh, they're in the blades thing. Okay. Well, I don't know. This has gotten out of hand. I don't know where Kelgar's going. I feel like this is not how we were supposed to be working it. Chandra. Oh, she's frightened. Okay, because I was like, what are you doing? Wow, that was crazy. Woo! Pretty lights. Wow. Okay, that was impressive. I gotta be honest, I was not really planning on going into the Collector's Mansion by having us literally just wake up the entire, like, city of Neverwinter, but, I mean, hey.
I am listening.
Who am I, right, to disagree? I don't want to heal myself. Man. No resting is allowed in this area. Okay, well, I'm here to tell you that... Oh my god.
Listening.
Somebody's got a healing kit. Who's got a healing kit? Doesn't somebody have a healing kit? Somebody's got a healing kit.
Something you want?
Nobody has a healing kit?
I am listening.
Really? Fine.
Something you want?
Somehow, Chandra took every single hit in the history of creation. That's basically what happened there. This is not...
Something you want?
Okay. I really wish I could rest here. Are you sure? Oh, man. No resting is allowed. Oh, I can see that, Panda, sure. This actually, one thing that's screwing me up on the camera is that for this, you use the middle mouse wheel, right? Thank you, Herdzuk. Thank you for the cheer. I appreciate it. Hype train success. So we've got hype train success. What do we get? Level 2 completed. We got a level... Emotes are being delivered to supporters. Thank you, everybody, again for the hype train. Thank you, everybody, for the hype train. Hype beard, hype troon. Okay. Great. Cool. Yeah, thank you, everyone. But anyway, in the game that I started playing, Solasta, Solasta uses the right mouse button to rotate the camera, and this game uses the middle mouse button to rotate the camera, so that's not going to mess me up at all going through this. So
I am listening.
okay, those are the stairs. We got to wait on that, obviously. Can I rest here? I can't rest there either. All right. Get in here. These have got to be trapped, right? Traps, definitely. Ooh, great axe +2. Let's just take that and give that to you, Kelgar. All right. So, trap. Trap. There's that healer's kit. Hey! Not the most exciting thing I've ever seen. Okay, don't need those bullets. Don't need shurikens. We might need holy water, I guess. Holy water in my lungs, yeah. And I am overcome.
All done.
Aha! What is all done? You opened something? Oh, you did. All right. What do we got? 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 We've got choking powder, which I don't use. That goes to Kelgar. We've got alchemist's fire, which I guess we can give to you. We've got the fire agate. We've got the healing kit, which I'm about to use in just a moment. All right. Let me heal again.
Quickly.
Chandra. Okay, not bad. Now I feel like we've got her in reasonable level. Okay. You think she would know it was locked while she was working on it? 583 gold. Okay. Alright, so I think I've opened up everything here. So that's good. So now we'll see what happens when you come in here. Up here. Quick save it. Man, that not being able to rest. Oh, hi. Hello. This is a little awkward. Oh, Nishka is going to go disable the trap on the armoire while this person is looking right at her.
All done. Well, well, well. Looks like this lock needs some special attention.
Unbelievable. I'm like, I'm going to talk to you in just a minute. Please allow me. I'm just going to, if you wouldn't mind, I'm just going to quickly I'm just going to go right over here, and I'm going
Listening.
to...
Really?
I'm going to look at this, and I'll be right back with you. So... Oh, Fire Emblem, yeah. Yeah, I played a little bit of Hades as well. You, where have you been? I will not be kept waiting like this. Patrolling for intruders, ma'am. Well, there aren't any in here. Go back to the front door where you'll be of more use. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go patrol for intruders because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to loot this item right in front of you, but don't worry, I'm not a thief. This diary reads more like an inventory of priceless artifacts than a confessional volume. There is, however, one revealing entry dated recently. I came upon it not on the floor of the auction house or in one of the fine galleries of Black Lake, but discarded on the street amidst a pile of refuse. I tried putting it up next to my finest originals, but it simply outshines them. I need a better place to feature it. I'd put it in the vault, but I feel the need to look at it constantly to put my mind at ease. In another time in my life, I could have gone there, lived life at sea. Perhaps one day I'd have earned the right to captain my own ship and set sail for places unknown. But how could I now, with all my things to look after? Oh, we'll just steal them all, and then you can do what you want, my dude. Into the unknown. Into the unknown.
Can't move!
What?
Yes.
Why can't you move? You have too many books? Oh, come on. You're fine. You do have a lot of books. I'm going to give up some of these books to Kelgar to sell.
Yes.
I also trust anyone who enters my home with a bear. Oh, that reminds me. We forgot something, everybody.
Listening. Really?
It's time to play that game. Let's summon the undead companion. Oh, we can't. We can't because we can't rest. Oh, man. All right, well, we're going to have to go without it then.
I am listening.
But yes, I would certainly trust that Bulgaris for sure. Yeah, you know, I have to say, I mean, I played a fair bit of Hades. I don't know, you know, I liked Hades, and then there was a certain point where I was like, yeah, I get it. Like, I'm okay. I now officially understand. You know, and like, I at a certain point, I was like, I don't really need to keep playing this. Like, I get it. And I understand that people's like, well, no, the game only really gets good after the 15th time you've completed it. And I'm like, So, sided with the city guard? Since I don't know what you mean, I guess not, Illness? Don't kill us, please. I have no intention of hurting you. Just keep quiet. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. You're talking about over the, whatever her name is that wanted to take over the docks? Yes. I went with the city guard, yeah. All right, so we're good here. Now we got to go to the second level. Yep. No, I joined the guard. Yeah, I don't love roguelites or roguelikes, and I understand that Hades is a little bit different because you are making advances every time, and so it didn't feel as frustrating to me. But after a while, I just found it got kind of, I don't know, it kind of got boring to me. And the other problem was that Hades, oh, that's a problem actually. The other problem with Hades is that I don't love procedurally generated stuff because it just starts feeling like it's all the same to me, as opposed to, for instance, a game where you have everything which is hand placed, like Legend of Grimrock. So I don't know, and I know it's like a heresy to suggest that Hades is anything less than the greatest game that has ever been produced by the hand of man, but hand of humankind. But I liked Hades, but I wasn't like Okay. I want you to help get me into the collector's vault. And why are you telling me this? I find it impossible to lie to such a formidable woman. Well, yes, I suppose I do have that effect on people. Not that the collector ever notices. He'd put me in a display case if he could. I think you could stand to learn a few things from you. Here, take this key and we'll get you to the top floor. Hell yeah! You will need the collector's key to get into the vault, though, and he will not want to part with it. But you might be able to get it with the right bargaining chip. What did you have in mind? I will be your hostage. Let me know when you're ready, and we will enter his study, your weapon at my back. Ooh, really? He wouldn't want to lose the centerpiece of his collection. Let's go right now. So, I'm bringing her in, huh? Wow, they weren't kidding. Here we are. A month away. Yeah, right, Triffid? Okay. Hello, Vanya. Who is this person? I'm sorry, Ninzi. He said he'd kill me if I didn't bring him to you. Look at this. We're having this conversation while Nishka goes up and she's like... I want you to open the vault for me. They're serious. They killed my bodyguards. They'll kill me too. Do what they say, Ninzi. Yeah, Panda. You'll be killed anyway, Vanya. It's how people like that work. Wait, no, they seem very reasonable. I think if you only give them what they want... I'm sorry, Vanya, I've made up my mind. Do your worst, you coward. Wow, what a piece of crap. He'd rather let this person die because of this. Ninzi, how could you? You just don't want them to get into your vault. That's it, isn't it? I will mourn your death greatly, Vanya. You can rest assured. I will give you the greatest funeral Neverwinter has ever known. I will hire hundreds of mourners. This piece of crap would rather see his, whoever this is, wife, lover, I don't know who this is, die than give up the key to his vault. Unbelievable. Now, of course, I'm not going to do that, but, like, unbelievable. But I must be strong for the good of the collection. You greedy old miser. So that's how it's going to be, is it? Ah, love. Even without his key, there's more you should know, and I see that there's no reason to hold this information back any longer. He's never allowed me into the vault, but I know that there are more locks than just the one his key opens. Before he opens the vault, I know he always stops by the fireplace in one of the bookcases in the next room. Traitorous wench! After taking you into my home, after all I bought for you. Here's something to help you start fresh, Vanya. 500 gold. Don't forget to grab some of these vases on the way out. They're very pricey. Now, where were we? You'll get nothing from me. And even if you kill me and take my key, you'll never get inside the vault. I'll be back for your key, just as soon as I found a way to break you. What a piece of crap. This guy... Okay, sand.
I concur.
Okay, get to that.
Follow me and quickly.
Ocean painting. Got the ocean painting. I think I already got this. That's cute. That's cute. Just desserts. That's cute. You're smart. You're a smart guy. Smart fellow. You're a smart fellow. Man. Well, yeah, let's take it easy though, Panda. Let's not play into the stereotype on that, okay? I mean, and for one thing, also that's not even really what happened there. He sold her out. I mean, she made this deal where she's like, "Oh, I'm going to pretend to be your hostage and then he'll let you in." And he was like, "Oh, listen, I can't give up the key. I don't care if you die." So he's the problem here. I mean, he's the jackass. This is a rare first edition printing of the immensely popular source of such timeless treasures as Frickle, Fractal, Fru, and Little Hector Vector. Unlike the other books on the shelf, it appears to have seen frequent use, and one page has been noticeably dog-eared. The poem on that page reads, "Nine are we when taken all three, last one slain, then six remain. None survive our first less five." That has got to be a clue. Nine are we when taken all three, last one slain, then six remain. And none survive our first less five. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm thinking this room is definitely not a sort of tiny. I mean, look, he's a portable bear, Lost Rivers. It's a bear, you know, portable for our convenience. What? Oh, for heaven's sake. Let's see, do I have water? I don't want to drink the ale. I want to use the it's so annoying. All right. Does someone have water? Sand, do you have a water spell?
Really?
Do you have like a water spell of any kind? Cone of Cold. That's got to do it. Cone of Cold does not put out a fire? Are you kidding? Cone of Cold does not put out a fire. Are you joking? Okay. So it's got a 3-digit combination input. Panda, I don't know what this is about, but I want you to leave this behind. I don't know what you're talking about, but this is getting real weird. So let's leave the talk about the Shanghai stuff completely. This is not the channel for it. Okay, please. No more of that. Please. Seriously. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to figure out what the... Because I have a combination, but I think I need keys anyway. So I don't think this is going to do any good. Just to be, like, in the same of this stuff. Like... 9 are we when taken all three. Last one slain and 6 remain. None survive our first less 5. So that's 9. 965 maybe? Maybe 965. 9, 6, 5. Well, crap. Ow. Okay, that didn't work. Did not work. That was a fail. That was not the combination. Take a break, man. Don't argue and don't explain, please. If you can't do that, then go elsewhere. Do not argue with mods. Alright. So... So that can't be it. Man, so there's gotta be... Let me see. 9, 6, 5. 9 are we when taken all 3. Last one slain and 6 remains. It's a math puzzle. That's the problem. So when we... Okay, so actually, wait. So in other words, the combination adds up to 9, right? So if the last one is slain, then 6 remain. None survive our first less 5. All right. So it's got to add up to 9. So it's got to add up to 9. And so we know that. So all 3 add up to 9. Oh, the first 2 add up to 6? Oh, yes. I see what you're saying. All right, wait a second. Oh, damn it. Have a fun CRPG, they said. Enjoy your time, they said. Please note, I'm writing this on a I Love New York Public Library notepad. Just want to be clear about that. All right, so we know that all 3 add up to 9. So the last one, x equals 9. We know that the last one's slain. There's 6 remaining. So that means that the last one has to be 3. If the other ones equal 6, and we know that it's 9 overall, then that means the last one has to be 3. And then none survive our first less 5. So that means 6 has to be between the 2 of them. Our first less 5. So... That's a good call. Which means that middle digit, which means the middle digit has to be 1. Because it's got to equal 9. It's a good call, Prince Justin. 513. All right, let's see. Let's see if that's right. Okay, 513. Yep. Huzzah! Okay, so nice. Good work. Thank you, Prince Justin. We all solved it together. That's the good news. Bad news, we need keys. And we don't have them. I gotta figure out a way to put out this freaking... this fire. Do we even have like a water spout thing? Yeah, good stuff. Awesome. So we just... So one of the keys is on him, and the other one's behind this fireplace. So I need to think about what would actually put out the fire. I didn't start the fire. It was... Okay, there's an empty bottle. Empty bottle. Is there... Okay, is there water somewhere is the question. I guess we can go down to the first level, right? Can I rest here? I can't rest here. Alright, let's go to the first level and see if we can find some water to put in the bottle. Teamwork! Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay. So if I can find... maybe the kitchen? Where the servants were? Except that the servants... I thought they were, like, basically near stoves and ovens, but maybe there's... Oh, there's a wash basin! There's a wash basin. That's where I got the bottle. Vase of water. That's right. I'm beginning to understand. Yep. Bottle of water, baby. Yep. Now we go up, we put out the fire, and that'll have a key. I still need to figure out how to get to the key. How to get the key out of the guy's hands without killing him, because I don't want to do that. But... oh my god, it's Sam Elliott. Okay. So, now we come up here, go in here. Nope, we don't go here, we go here. Huzzah! Ornate silver key! Alright.
No, sorry.
One key left. One final key. Alright, so now I have to figure out how to convince this guy to give me his key. Unless you can pickpocket him. Can you pickpocket him? There's no way, right? Thank you for the sub, Dragon Spear. 46 months. All right, I just stole 23 gold from him. That's great. Can you steal something else? What do you want? Your vault key, or I destroy this painting. No! Leave that painting out of this. It's done nothing to you. Then give me your key and let's see. Your painting is safe as long as you're getting me inside the vault. Very well. There's a book in the other room. I already got this. I already did that. What? I already did this. I don't... I don't... Thank you very, very much, Dragon Spear. Still number one. Right, because we had this discussion, right? So how was the I saw that you got the stuff. How was it, Dragon Spear? Oh, I did get the key. Okay. Last the locks, the vault is undone. You can open the vault now. The Collector's Vault, ladies and gentlemen.
Nishka, good to see you again.
Leldon. Something told me you'd be here. Although I didn't think you'd get this far.
My coin. Where is it?
Awesome.
Like I'd tell you. And it's not your coin anymore. After all, you can't seem to hold on to it. Or anything else.
I'll tear the knowledge from you if I have to. I'll get it back. And what you came to steal, little girl, that's mine too.
I'm not scared of you, Leldon. You can't order me around, and you sure as the nine hells can't stop me.
You think so? So be it then.
I'll take care
I mean, I'm right here. Like I'm here. Haha, we have blind
Mishka.
fighting, big guy.
You did it. You killed me. Going to be waiting for you. Waiting for you to die.
Is that an arrow through his shoulder?
I'm waiting? Just fall over and be quiet, Leldon. You've lost. You've lost everything. I kind of expected some better last words from him. He was always a big talker. Ah, well, let's take what we need and
He's
get out
like-
of here. Time's wasting.
It was the freaking, it's like the scene from The Princess Bride. Ah, ah, ah. Yes, no, Strike. It wasn't the sword, it was the arrow. Because he decided, what's up, Guy Shield? I'll bet, Dragon, I'll come back to that. Because he decided that he was going to attack me with the entire party there. Like, he attacked and like missiles rained from everywhere. It was ridiculous. Like, so Dragon, you couldn't find what was in it. Really? Really? I suspect that's not actually the case. I suspect that you may have received a certain item that was sent to you. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was an item that was sent to you that Prince Justin had something to do with. Can you confirm, Dragonspear, that this is the case? All right, well. 250 gold. I might as well just rob this place blind. 45 gold. Wow, there's a lot of gold. Yeah, maybe a mistake or a joke, so you threw it away. I'll bet you did that. Not at all. You didn't do that. The problem, Dragon, with this attempted move is that you're far too smart for that you actually have done that, which means that either you would have, so you're not foolish, which means you know you didn't actually do that. So that means that you would have had to deliberately throw away something that Prince Justin might have been involved with, and I know for a fact that you would not do that. These are things that I am aware of.
Listening, really.
Elven's ceremonial armor. Okay. Traditional battle vestment of surface elves for generations. That is a very long time. While many troops might prefer the lighter elven shade mode for combat, these ceremonial armors are still potent protection. +1 armor, spell focus, conjuration, spell focus, divination, spell focus, enchantment, spell focus, evocation. Wow. So you can wear all that, but you need heavy armor feat? That's interesting. Yeah. Problem with that, though, is that you don't need...
Yes.
He overpacked. None of this is true. This is not true. None of this actually happened.
Yes.
26 with the armor. Ah, it's some good resistances, though. See, this spell focus thing doesn't do anything for me, but it's better AC. I'm going to hold on to that for now. I don't know.
Follow me and quickly.
You know, Strike, I have to say that I'm not actually surprised that a game that you played in had this happen. This just feels like part of the mix, you know? Is this a proverb? Okay.
I concur.
Periapt of Wisdom +4. Hello. Problem is I don't really have anyone who uses Wisdom right now. I mean, I guess because I don't have any clerics or paladins in the party at the moment. And I'm sure they're not going to give up this talisman of pure good for it.
Follow me.
Zakin's amulet is going to be better for him than that.
Yes.
She has natural armor +2.
How can I help?
Natural armor +2. Boy, that wisdom +4
I
is
am
crazy.
listening.
As I would have expected, yeah. So it's so Prince Justin's thing has arrived. Still no resting allowed in the area. Okay, I think I got everything. Good. Okay, Nishka plundered the collector's vault, bested Leldon, and finally proved that she is the greater thief. Because Leldon decided to attack in front of the entire party, which is already like level 8 or something. That's fascinating theory he had behind how to be better. Yeah, thank you again for doing that, Prince Justin. and the shipping cost for that, I'll tell you what, the shipping cost for that was, you know, no problem. Rock God, I'll tell you what, man. We need to make sure in future that that we make sure whoever wins isn't from England. Because I'm here to tell you, shipping your thing to England was, I mean, it's fine. Like, it was, of course I had no problem doing it because the person who won it contributed an incredible amount to ArvCon. So he more than deserves it. But it was funny, like, when I was going through and the guy's like, all right, it's going to be this. And I'm like, oh, like, yeah, I mean, right, Mrs. Dunsel? I'm sure you must deal with that all the time. Like, oh my God. Yeah, I feel so many times, guys, Shield, people don't make Kelgar into a monk because they're like, wait, why would I waste my best fighter, you know? Justin, listen, I mean, as far as that goes, I'm telling you right now, I hope if there's not an ArvCon 2022, I mean, I'm knocking on wood here, but if there's no ArvCon 2022, something went off the rails. I mean, first of all, we are going to continue to do it because it's, you know, a really important thing for our community. It's really important to do it for them. And now that Damon Runyon is super happy with us, I mean, we're going to have Tiltify, hopefully, that gets integrated. I think I saw Shadow Mage in here, and I wanted to say hi, Shadow. Shadow Mage is hopefully going to help with that, with Tiltify. And there are just multiple things that they are going to hopefully do. So I'm hoping that next year is going to be bigger than better. I mean, 2 years ago, we made 4,000. This year, we made 7. I'm setting the goal next year probably is going to be right at 4. You know, and the hope is we blow past not only 4, but that we beat a record of 7. So, you know, I'm planning to we're going to have more amazing games, more tabletop stuff. We're going to feature another concert. This time we'll probably be able to get 4, because I'd like to have Kilgore, Zach, and Indy back again. But Matt, Chrono Wolf, is going to be back. Said he wants to do it again, so we might have 4 instead of 3 for the concert. You know, I'm hoping, you know, Mike's game with the scientist was amazing. I'm hoping we can replicate some of that. Brandon, you know, the Rising Tides game with Pyre Waltz was really awesome. I'm hoping we can feature something else like that Brandon comes up with, if not one of our regular campaigns that Brandon runs. So, like, I'm definitely excited to do ArvCon again. So anything like that would be awesome. I will not, however, be thinking about ArvCon, to be perfectly honest with you. I still have a couple of last things to send out, and once that's done, I'm not going to be thinking about ArvCon for a couple of months. Then usually what happens is right around fall when I go back, I start like just keeping my eyes open and being like, oh, that might be cool to add, or maybe I'll talk to them, or blah, 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 blah. And then when the new year passes, then I start ramping up a little more that search. And starting right around March, April is where I start actually speaking to companies and sending things out. Then I prep the schedule, and then I talk to the mods about it, and, you know, all that kind of thing. So, yeah. Hybrid Druid Cleric. Yeah, I was really happy with the scientist. Hey, what's up, Shadow? What's up, dude? I sent you something. I sent you something in Discord you might have seen. Okay, good. So that's done. So now what I need to do is, first of all, I can actually rest now. Thank you. Okay, so now we can get back onto the so-called main quest. That was actually a pretty quick quest, I have to say. So yeah, I'm going to continue. I mean, the companies that we had on board all seemed, again, were very generous. They were very pleasant about it. They were like, And we used, this time, we used a ton of codes. Now, I still have a few straggler codes left over, which is good because I like having a few just for giveaways in case other events come up or whatever. But that's good because I'm glad to have used through, gone through them. Because again, I can go back to them and be like, we used all the codes and everyone like got their stuff and got their, dice and got their whatever. And so, and I've already sent out thank yous, private thank yous to all the companies involved as well. So, yeah, I'm hoping next year will be bigger and better. Yeah, and I'm really glad about that, Dragon. I think the fact that we got into a little bit of a rhythm this year meant that we sort of purged the old codes that were just sitting around there. As I say, I still have 1 or 2 old codes floating around that I'm not 100% sure if they work or not. But, yeah, we only had, I think, about 3 or 4 codes that got added back into the pool, which, again, I will have next time. So that means I can tap into my own, like, Steam stock of games. Like, for example, Strike Ninja, I have a whole lot of a really awesome game. I don't know if you know about this, called Bad Rats. You've heard of this legend? Yeah, I'll bet you have. Okay. Right. Where do we have to go to this thing? To do this stuff? Okay, the City Watch headquarters in the Merchant Quarter. Right. All right. Let's do it up. Whoops. Let's actually do it up. Let's not, Don't bother me. I've got messages to deliver. Alrighty. Alright, smart guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I used to do giveaways. Oh, I went the complete wrong way. I used to do giveaways. Oh, no. But that's good because I need to sell stuff. Haha, my subconscious was telling me what to do. So I used to... Whoa. Who the hell is all this? We're going to go take a look. I used to do a giveaway after every stream, and I stopped doing it because after a while it just felt... It felt like it wasn't making much of a difference, and it felt a little weird, like... I don't know. I just didn't feel right to me. So now I just do it on special occasions here and there for certain things. And using it for ARFCon, obviously. And so... But I'm glad that I've gotten through my stockpile that people were kind enough to give me over the years. Hey, you! Get away from there! Ah! Careful now, don't get too close to them crates. Seem like an important fellow. Do you work for the school? Ah, that's right. Assistant Kennel Keeper Jenks, that's who you're talking to. Dangerous beasts are my stock in trade, they are. Locking them up, moving them in and out, beating them as deserve it. Beating? Ah, you heard me. Takes beating an animal sometimes to put a scare in him and to learn his mates to behave. Ain't you never owned a howl or a mewling cat? You get better results with a firm voice and a kind hand. Oh, aye? And who's the kennel keeper, you or me? Show these beasts a kind hand and you're like to lose it. Me, I'll trust to my cages and sticks, thank you kindly. Now be off and take your unasked advice with you. Look at this piece of crap. You know what, dude? Each of these crates is labeled with large red letters. Academy property, danger, do not open. What? Oh. Whoops. No, I totally wanted it to be the Our Vocalist overlay. Alright, folks. We're going to stay away from his crates, if you know what I mean. What? I don't believe you. I disagree. I don't think a wooden crate is going to resist a fireball. Alright, let me reload. Sometimes our elbows do betray us. This is true. A2 elbow. Oh man, that is a good point. Yeah, the elbow does sometimes not get where we intended it to. Alright. So... Man, these things, these creatures are trapped. This guy trapped these creatures.
Everybody, follow me.
Follow me and quickly.
Fire, yeah, exactly. They're like the fire absorbent crate. And that's obnoxious. Alright. Well, I can't do anything about it then. Because that guy basically does bad stuff to creatures is what that is. And that's... I don't... That guy... Okay. Alright, let's sell some stuff, shall we?
Yes.
Starting with you, Kelgar. What do we got? We have got a Great Axe +2. An Aventurine. We've got Choking Powder. We've got Fire Agate. We've got Emerald. We've got Scare. We've got Acid Fog. We've got Sapphire. Star Sapphire. And Giant Scorpion Venom. Okay. Right, so now we have 8,000 gold. That doesn't really help that much, but...
Yes.
clears some things out anyway. Okay. Do I have a new GOG affiliate link? I don't think it's new. It's the affiliate link. Well, I mean, I don't know how new it is. It's the one that I was given for use. The affiliate link thing has been a little weird with GOG for a while now because not everyone is using what they have and stuff. Hold on one second. I'm just going to go tuck little Larv into bed, so I'll be back in just a moment. But go ahead and shout out and tell me what you mean about the GOG thing, and you can answer Rising Tide's innocuous question. Talk amongst yourselves. We'll be right back in a second. Alrighty. Welcome. Thanks for being patient, everyone. Oh, Streamlabs. Okay. Yeah, I saw that your question about that. I don't think I have. I generally don't love the taste of sugar-free stuff. I mean, honestly, I have like 97%. I drink 97% water, probably. I drink, I would say, well, maybe 95%. I would say that I have a soda, either a root beer or a ginger ale, maybe once every 6 weeks, maybe. That's it. And the only other thing that I drink, besides, like, I do drink iced tea once in a while, or iced coffee once in a while. The only other thing I drink sometimes is this stuff called, you might have heard of, called Bai, B-A-I, which is like Whole Foods has this, and it's actually, that's not bad. I like that sometimes. Because sometimes having nothing but water does occasionally get, like, it can get a little boring, but I drink mostly water because I really, obviously soda is just pure sugar. So try to avoid that. You do not like, yeah, I love Virgil's too, but the sugar-free I have not tried. Okay, merchant quarter. We got to go hit up this guy. So did you try it and like it, Dragon? I generally don't like sugar-free stuff. Or like the taste of it doesn't do it for me, usually. Okay, Temple of Tyr. City Watch, right. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, Sir Grayson. What's up? Ah, Lieutenant. A pleasure to see you again. An urgent matter came to my attention recently, and I think it's one suited to your skills. I'm a little busy, Captain. The thieves here in Neverwinter were greatly weakened by your efforts at the docks, yet they constantly strive to reclaim their foothold here. It has come to our attention that a group of them have put out word they're looking to buy equipment and supplies to continue their operations. Notably, thieves' tools, lockpicks, poisons, and more. We can't let them purchase those supplies. Agreed. We must stop them, and soon. We think this is an opportunity to capture them, by pretending to be a merchant plying the wares they are seeking. We want you to take on the role of a noble, an arms merchant who has come to the Black Lake District to sell goods from much of the same goods those thieves have requested. Listen, I was only coming to say hi. I need to talk to the other guy, frankly. Those thieves will no doubt approach you, and when they do, I want them arrested. Won't I be recognized? I'm sure any thieves in the docks will recognize me on sight. I do not know if you've heard the description of you being passed around the docks, but suffice to say that no one will recognize you, and all they seem to know of your appearance is an arcane master composed of eldritch energy. Despite your accomplishments, your legendary accomplishments apparently, I think there's little chance the reality will match the rumor. Alright, I'll carry out my duty. Excellent, I'm glad you're with us on this plan. You may keep whatever the thieves are carrying with them to pay for the goods. That should be more than enough to pay you for your services in time. I'll bet. I marked an empty state on the map where I want you to go to wait for the thieves. Make contact with a watchman there, and they can fill you in on the details. Alright, great. This is the guy I came to talk to.
Blessings of Tyr be upon you. Sir Naval has told me of your predicament, and it so happens that I have need of a squire. This is unusual, to say the least. Usually prospective squires spend months, even years, proving themselves before they are permitted to enter the nobility. But Captain Brelena and Sir Naval both vouch for your character and your ability, and I have heard of your exploits in the city as well. Still, count yourself lucky to avoid years of caring for my horse and scouring the rust from my arms and armor. Your need is great, so I'll take you as my charge.
Thanks, that's big of you.
Not quite so simple as that, but years of service will be passed over in your case. I am Sir Grayson Corrit. My sword is sworn to Nasher, Neverwinter, and Tyr, and it falls to me to teach you chivalry, so that you will not dishonor me overmuch as your knight.
I'll be honored to serve as your Oh, fine, I'll be honored.
Good. You appear capable of defending yourself, so we'll not discuss that. The Brotherhood of Knights is one bound by the ideals of chivalry and honor. Without honor, a knight is nothing more than an animal with a sword. To be a knight is to lead a life of duty and responsibility. We are bound by a code that prescribes our every action. To be brave and valorous in battle against your enemies. To show no fear in their presence. To be just and righteous. To embody and uphold the laws of your lord and land. To be respectful to your enemies and kind to your fellows. To protect the weak and those who cannot defend themselves. All squires have these rules impressed upon them by rote and lash. But I suspect that you are mature enough to take the lesson without the cuffing.
That and I would obliterate you where you stand if you tried, so yes. What if the laws of my lord and land require me to act unrighteously?
To serve your land is to act righteously. If your cause is noble, so too are the actions you take in its name. What wouldn't you do to see your home protected? To know that your loved ones are sleeping soundly each night?
I can think of some things. I have to live with my actions. My conscience dictates my path.
Remember that in becoming a squire, you take an oath to serve Neverwinter. See that your conscience doesn't guide you down the path to treason. Knowing the code of conduct is important for a knight or squire, but living by that code is paramount. To be a knight is also to live a life of service to your lord and realm. You will be expected to perform certain duties for the crown. Given your unique circumstance, these duties will be waiting for you after the trial. However, there is one observance that cannot be postponed. The vigil.
The vigil? What must I do?
Your vigil is a time for reflection and contemplation. It is a sacred tradition. All who would become
Wedgie, what's up, man?
squires spend a night in the solace glade. You must spend the night alone, of course. Most choose to reflect on their vows or to ask the blessing of their gods. On the next morning, I will welcome you into our brotherhood.
I'll return later.
Very well. I will wait for you here.
Yeah, first I gotta go find some thieves, my dude. Then I'll come back and do your vigil. Fear not, though. I'm gonna give it exactly as much attention as it deserves. No, it's fine. Yeah, I'm doing well, Winchkin. I am watching at the moment. There's this bug. I can't tell what kind. Is currently crawling over on my wall or on my ceiling near the wall, and it's right now out of range of where I could get to it easily, but when it gets to the spot that I can, I will have to eliminate it with great prejudice. Honorably, as a squire would, you know, but... Okay. Right. So... The Ganish Estate in Black Lake. Alright. Just in Black Lake. Guess I'm going back. I'm going back to Black Lake. Back to Black Lake. I don't have the deadly bugs there. We have had some. You forget, my friend, that I lived in New York, and I'm here to tell you that, as Mrs. Dunsel and Commander Dunsel can tell you, some of those bugs are. Yeesh. But yes, in general, I am sure that they are not like things in Australia where the bugs are the size of you and routinely attempt to kill you. I have no doubt that is the case. Yeah, no, it's like this. It's not. I mean, it's not a roach or anything. It's like a. I don't know what the hell that is. Actually, it's gotten into a spot. All right, here we go. Here we go, chat. I gotta track down this thing. Bug eliminated. Okay. Alright. It was like a long bug. As am I debugging my room. On occasion. That also is going to happen a lot less as we get things like the windows sort of, you know, we make sure that the windows are all insulated properly. We have people coming that are going to be doing that. Obviously the air conditioning setup that I just had, the ductless, means that the windows are not, so we are getting there. We're getting there. Okay. It's a collector's mansion. Empty estate. Oh, it's right here. Perfect. Maybe it really was not very big. It was like the size of like that maybe. And it was about that long. It was like that kind of longer body. And it was pretty slow moving. And a duck issue. Duckless. This is going to be interesting. All right, here we go. Well met. Captain Brelena told us to expect you. How is this going to work? You are supposed to be Lord Ganesh, a black market arms dealer newly arrived from Am. The other men and I are posing as your servants. All you have to do is negotiate the sale as best you can. Captain says you can keep whatever gold they're willing to pay. We can't arrest the thieves until money has changed hands, so don't blow your cover too early. And do your best to gain their trust. If they sense a trap, all bets are off. When you're ready, we can bring in the buyers. Let's do this. You, Ganesh? I am. Who are you? Name's Lim. Huh. I can't say I've ever seen a noble dressing himself. I reserve some of my best stock for myself. I don't know. Something right strange about you. Anyways, we got business. My associates and I understand you've come across some trinkets we might take a fancy to. We'd sure be interested in seeing what you brought. I'd expect nothing less from professionals such as yourselves. Good to see you know you're dealing with. Show 'em the goods. Some of the gear don't exactly look to be in the finest of condition. Without this merchandise, you'll be picked off by the watch one by one. You have us in a bad position. We'll pay your price then, but don't go expecting any favors from us after this. Suppose you'll be wanting to see the gold now. You suppose correctly. Good. You don't trust me. Means I can trust you. Here it is, every gold piece. That will be adequate. Well, do we have a deal or not? We do. All right. We do a swap on the count of 3. 1, 2. He's a fake, boys. Take him out. Aw, man. Well, this didn't go well. Well, they didn't allow us to be arrested. I thought I had it. I thought I had brought it back. And not so much. Darn it. Yeah, I thought I was like, I don't know. Some of the stuff, like performance and stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's not... I don't have Grobnar with me.
I concur.
Shuriken +2. Okay.
I am listening.
Wow. These guys had a lot of stuff, I'll tell you what. Okay, you identify that. Dagger +3 will go to you for sale. You identify that. More shuriken +2. That goes there. Giant centipede venom is going to go there. And you identify that.
Listening, really.
And what we have is a darkness. That's great, but sell it. And then we have rogue links. What the heck is that? Oh, AC bonus +3, only usable by rogue. Skill bonus, hide +6, move silently +6. That might be useful, actually.
Yes.
All right, Nishka, let's see. Ooh, it's better. That's better. It prevents you from charm and dominate, but... unfortunately, it's a little heavy. So... All right, I'm going to have to start giving books to Sand here. Okay.
Listening, really.
All right, Greater Cloak of Protection versus Law, +5 versus Law. You thought poorly. All right, might as well give him... oh, wait. No, Cloak of Elvenkind is obviously better. You have a cloak?
You want?
City Watch Cloak. +1 to Diplomacy and Intimidate. I mean, when you are fighting lawful, which means it's not as useful, but...
Follow me and quickly.
Okay, dagger goes to Kelgar. As does, what is that? Floor Spar. And an Aventurine. Okay. How are we doing? Okay. Almost everything. Like I say, I mean, I'm sorry that I couldn't arrest them, but it might have been more productive, more lucrative anyway this way. Glad to be alive after that. Yeah, me too. All right, let's go talk to Brelena and explain what happened. Sorry, Brelena, but I had to kill your thieves. I should normally, if I wasn't going to be like, I wasn't going to lose them in transition, I would already have created my undead companion, presented by one Sand. I would have done that, but I was going to be transitioning too much and they would leave anyway, so that's the problem with that. They're making a, yeah, I did hear that. You know, I don't know what to say about that because I feel like, I mean, the thing is that Indiana Jones, too, as well, not counting the young Indiana Jones, but just like the regular Indiana Jones, has only ever had Harrison Ford in that role. And I wonder a little bit, you know, with Batman, you've had multiple takes on it, right? You've had Adam West, you've had Michael Keaton, you've had obviously Christian Bale, you've had, you know, what's his name, Robert Pattinson now. You have had Ben Affleck as Batman, right? I mean, you've got multiple, Kevin Conroy, if you want to count the voice acting ones. So you've had multiple people as Batman, because Batman, even like within the comics, is more of an idea, you know, than a person, right? It's more of a concept. So for Indiana Jones, it seems so associated with Harrison Ford that I don't know whether it's just like you just keep doing this until you get to the point that sadly he either passes away or just is not interested in doing it anymore. Because he's in his 70s now, and you think at a certain point he'd be like, you know, I don't know. So I'm not sure. I worry about it going down the Rocky route, where eventually it just sort of got to be pretty pathetic that like Sylvester Stallone was like, well, I'm still an old guy boxing, you know. So I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of that, but it's so associated with him that maybe there's a logic in saying you better get what you can out of it now, because who knows how much longer he's going to do the role. Oh yeah, and I forgot about those two. My God, yeah, exactly, Lone Wolf. Val Kilmer and George Clooney. Really, Dragon? It could be. Lieutenant, you've returned. What news do you bring of the thieves you were sent to intercept? It is done, but the thieves fought to the last. So be it. I trust you carried out your role, Lieutenant, and this will send a message to any other thieves that they cannot trust any merchant to supply them. Perhaps without resources, they will soon starve. Again, you were entitled to whatever you took from the thieves. Thank you for your diligence in this matter, Lieutenant. I have no other work for you at this time. I'm afraid you've done your job too well. Great. Lovely. Wonderful. All right, now we get to go back on the main quest line. And now we're going to do the squire thing. It's time to be a squire, everybody. Ready for my vigil. How much you want to bet the Solace Glade is not going to be filled with solace?
Every knight and squire of Neverwinter has touched this sacred ground. To Helm, to Tempest, to Torm, and to Tyr have prayers been given. Think on
Hey,
that.
Thodex Mommy.
Think on the fellowship you wish to join. Perhaps clear your mind and think of nothing. I will return in the morning, and you will greet the new day as my squire.
No, I liked Rocky Balboa, but the problem for me is that I still maintain that the whole message of Rocky, the first movie, what made that so successful was its authenticity. I do think Stallone was great in that role, and I think the movie was great and ended up as everyone, it was great, and then that was it. And then all of a sudden they're like, now let's do a second one. And even though the second one was a good movie, it kind of undercuts the message of the first movie, I think, which is that it's not about whether you win, it's about the way that you proceed in your life, and that was kind of lost. But whatever. And then it just went in kind of all kind of campy directions, 3, 4, 5, all these different Rockies. At a certain point, I think it just lost its way, and enough. You can only do so many Rocky movies, right? So that was my only problem with it. And I worry about having a situation where you're just like, you really probably shouldn't still be doing this role, Right, I wonder about that too. The original Rocky? Really? Is that true, Rockod? You know what? It's funny, Rising Tides. I've actually been to an E3 many, many years ago. God, that's got to be 20 years ago I went, I think. So I went to an E3. I've been to an E3 once. I think the only real announcement that I would love to see is one that I'm not going to get. And that would be the announcement that Metroid Prime 4 is coming out. Like giving an actual date on Metroid Prime 4. Because that, I would, Or, actually, I take that back. 2 announcements. Announcing, yes, Metroid Prime 4, or announcing the new Gran Turismo for PS5. And either one of those being like, here's a date. That would be exciting. Other than that, I'm going to be interested to see what's out there, but there's nothing in particular. But those 2 things, straight up, Yeah, 30 minutes of Skyward Sword, exactly. Yeah, I wonder about that too, Justin. I wonder about that too. He leaves him? She leaves him? That seems like kind of a crappy, I don't know. Interesting. Oh, dude. The new Metroid Prime is because they're going to do it, but they just obviously got way delayed and they moved things around. I cannot wait. It's why I've been playing through the Metroid Primes. They're so great. I can't be so good. Those would be on their own system sellers for me. If I didn't already have a Switch, Metroid Prime 4 would sell the system by itself for me. And it's the same thing with Gran Turismo with PS5. I don't have a PS5 yet. If Gran Turismo came out, I would buy it. I would have to get one. Gran Turismo is amazing. So Right, Strike? Oh, man. See you in the morning.
Indeed, I take my leave of you and your thoughts.
What? He was turning around.
Are you here? I can barely see anything out here.
Hey, Chandra. Chandra, what are you doing here?
Look, the way trouble follows you, there's no way I'd let you come out here alone.
Well. I appreciate the concern, but I wouldn't want you to get into trouble if you stayed.
Well, I know you're concerned about me, but if I left, I'd only end up being attacked by Githyanki or demons. So I think right here by you is probably the safest place on Farron for me. Plus, I wanted to see if any of the gods would want to inflict further punishment on you. Hey, did you hear something?
Oh,
I didn't expect the girl to be here. We'll spare her the grief of crying over your corpse and kill her as well.
I'm right here, you know. Why don't you try?
the hell are you? Who are you and why are you bothering me?
We're the ones who've been sent to kill you, Squire. Try not to die too quietly.
I love these guys. Like, do you still do this?
Gonzalez Glade, huh? Talk about a poor name choice. Those men came out of nowhere. Don't you ever spend one night in peace?
I just, it's so funny. They're always the same. They're like, you're gonna pay. I've heard of your reputation. You've left a trail of bodies up and down the Sword Coast. All the more for us when we somehow randomly kill you for the... Like, how many times do I have to prove myself? Exactly. Oh, you know what? Actually, Rising Tides, I heard about that. Now, I have to say, I've never played any of the Metal Slug games. I've seen a few of them being played, but you all know that I love Final Fantasy Tactics. It's maybe my favorite game ever. And Front Mission 3, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, which is basically tactics with mechs. Front Mission 3 was really cool too. I played and liked that game a number of years ago, but still. So when I saw Metal Slug Tactics, I'm like, really? Because that would be interesting to me. So, yeah, I am very curious about what that's going to be like. Some of the games, like, what did people think about the Elden Ring game? I haven't had a chance to actually see that trailer, but has anyone seen the Elden Ring game, which is supposedly the George R. R. Martin Dark Souls-y game? It's rare, trust me.
I believe that. Hey, the leader there. He's got a ring on his finger. It's a circle with teeth or spikes.
Or daggers.
Could be, I suppose. It's hard to tell with all the blood. Here, you take the ring.
You think it looks good?
I don't want to hold on to it. Look, maybe I better slip away before your knight returns. I don't want you getting into any trouble.
That's for the best. Thanks for your help, Chandra.
Sure. Actually, in some ways, it was kind of fun. Good luck. And hopefully when we see each other again, you'll be Neverwinter's newest squire.
What happened?
I was attacked by Luskan assassins. They are not a problem any longer. Yeah.
No doubt they caught wind of our plan and saw this as their last chance to judge you as they wished. Either way, their efforts have failed, and that is all that matters. I take you as my squire and bind you to the service of the throne of Neverwinter.
Hell
this
yeah.
title also admits you into the nobility. For truly, there can be no charge nobler than protecting one's home from those who would threaten it.
Mostly,
Come,
yep.
Nasher should be informed of your change in station.
Mostly what this means, which I think is pretty cool, or I think that is interesting that the game takes it on, is the fact that now I get to be viewed not with low justice, where Luskan basically could extradite us, but high justice, where Neverwinter gets to make the call. And that has got some very interesting implications, it seems to me. Yeah, I hear that, Rising Tides. Because I don't particularly like Souls games, but when I heard that George Martin had, there's a whole George Martin thing, and I'm like, huh, I wonder. And of course, the immediate, I'm glad that he was doing work on that instead of his books. I'm like, yep, I guess that was to be expected. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need to loot some bodies. giant bee venom, scorpion venom. I'm not putting that ring on until I know what it's about. Lost Ark? I don't know anything about that actually, Hilness. Okay. Let's do it.
Ah, Sir Grayson. A pleasure to see you.
It is my honor to serve, my lord.
What brings you here? You look troubled.
My lord, it has come to my attention that this man stands accused of murder and is to be given over to Luskan for trial.
What you have heard is true. Is that why you are here?
I am here because this man is my squire and must be tried by your hand and the will of the gods alone.
What is this nonsense? This knight has no squire.
I would choose your words carefully, Ambassador, lest I think you are accusing one of my knights of speaking lies.
I only hear the words of a man shielding a murderer.
Then let the accused
What is that
speak.
outfit?
What say you? Does my knight speak truly? Are you his squire?
Only by name. No. I served Neverwinter as the last night. I am his squire, and I served his squire Neverwinter faithfully and well.
Then it is true. That means this squire will be tried here, Ambassador, not within Luskan's walls.
There is no justice in this, but I was a fool to expect justice in Neverwinter.
See you, Torio.
Seeing that gloating smile strip from her face pleases me more than you will know.
So what is Lost Ark about?
But this has bought only a little more time. Time we cannot afford to waste. We must find the truth of what happened at Ember, and quickly. But you cannot do so here. You have my leave to depart Neverwinter.
Nice.
Provided you give your word to return for the trial.
Oh, sure. I am going to be able to go out and actually return something to someone. Of course, Lord Nasher.
Travel to Port Last. Someone there can guide you to Ember. Then return with whatever you can that will prove your innocence.
It would be wise to speak to Hieromos in Port Last. He is said to be a fair man and vigilant of his people and the lands around.
Free-to-play RPG.
We'll see.
You are to be congratulated
Hey,
on
Miranda.
joining the service of Neverwinter and its knights. Serve Neverwinter, and it will serve you. For now, go to Port Last. It should be marked upon your map. Once there, see about visiting Ember as well. Keep your resolve. I am confident you will expose the truth of this matter soon enough, and after this trial, I will have more duties for you.
Great. Duties. That's what I want. I'm still just trying to actually find Amanjero's Haven so I can freaking go there and figure out what's going on with this silver shard. Okay, so I gotta go back to West Harbor to go to Brother Mering. Alright. Okay. How goes your investigation? Or mages and scouts have turned up nothing yet. I'll return when I have something to report. Yep. You would think so, but maybe they don't want to do that. I mean, a geese is not a very pleasant thing to do. That is cool, Rising Tides. Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I saw... I mean, the big thing that I heard about was the Elden Ring thing. And then Metal Slug Tactics, which both of those I was like, that's... I mean, Elden Ring I'm interested in because of the Martin involvement, not so much because it's a Souls game, because Souls games I don't really care. So there's that. But then, obviously, the Metal Slug Tactics is because, you know, I like tactics-style games in certain circumstances. So, are you still a jerk? Still a jerk. It's like it looks like a kind of Dark Souls-y game on which George Martin, I don't know if he like consulted or wrote any of it or what, but where's all my
Something you
people?
want?
Listening, really.
I am listening.
Are you kidding me?
I think it is time everyone marched behind me, your new glorious leader.
All right.
I am listening.
Okay, so I've actually got to go back to the tavern and pick some people up. Got to go to the tavern, pick some people up, and then head over to West Harbor, drop that quest off, and then start looking for clues about who done framed me. Yes, I did know about that, Lone Wolf, yes. Oh, that's Port Last. No, I gotta wait on that. I gotta go get some people first. Gotta get my party. I gotta assemble my party before venturing forth. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for people who love Souls games, I could see there being some interest in it. You know, I don't know. Like, I've had experiences where the gameplay of a game, as much as I love story, obviously, I've had scenarios where the gameplay of a game doesn't actually, like, the story doesn't make up sometimes for the gameplay of a game, as much as I, you know, love story. I felt like that a little bit with Kingdoms of Amalur, actually, in that the story was fine. Actually, it was fairly good. Well, it was well executed, let's say. And that's Bob Salvatore, of course. And it was well executed, and you know, but the gameplay of it was, I thought, repetitive after a while. The combat was good, but a lot of the gameplay was super repetitive. And after a while, I was just like, ugh, you know, like, so I finished the game, but I didn't love it. And so I wonder a little bit about, even if it was like Martin's storytelling really comes to the fore, if that would be enough to compensate for the fact that games like that, Souls games like that, don't really fire me up. Again, the only real exception to that I've ever had is Jedi Fallen Order. And I love that game in spite of the Souls combat, not because of it. So, okay. There we go. All right, sand. We need Kelgar, and we need. Oh, Nishka. Same old, same old. Okay. Yeah. So the yeah. Without getting into details, I imagine there's several reasons, my friend, why the Martin thing wouldn't fascinate you that much about it. Oh man, I won't get into too much detail about that. But what I was going to say was I agree with you actually about the idea that having little aspects of lore that are gradually doled out over time, I think, is a very interesting way to do it, and it's one of the great strengths, I think, of Metroid Prime. The Metroid Prime series, you gather these bits of lore left by the Chozo and all that, and you gradually figure stuff out, and I like that, actually. I would have liked it about Destiny, except Destiny literally pulled it out of the game, which I found really annoying. And Destiny has no idea how the hell to tell a story. Like, Destiny has got so much potential, and they do not know how the hell to tell a story. It's just all over the place. And that's a shame, because I love co-op games, and I have sort of a soft spot in my heart for the space western. And being able to play co-op with people like my friends Mike Underwood and others would be great. But I just, the story kind of bothers me. So, but regardless, leaving that aside, in general, though, I do like those games that parcel out their lore, where you find stuff and you can kind of assemble the story. I think that can be a lot of fun. It doesn't have to be that way. There are other ways to tell stories that are great too. But that's a way that I think is often very effective. So I'm with you on that. Yeah, I've heard people say that. I kind of don't really agree. I mean, I found the combat quite challenging, and I was playing on Jedi Knight. I was playing on, which I think is just like the normal difficulty. It worked out okay. Like, it worked out fine, but like the frustrations I had with that game, which were few, were all tied into the combat because of the Dark Souls nature of it. I don't like Dark Souls combat. But it's so good it didn't matter, No, I tried, Miranda. I tried to play that. Wow. Dude. Wow. Not only shots fired, a highly targeted shot fired. I've been to 2 Hugo loser parties myself, both times tagging along with other people who were Hugo losers. And, yeah. That's really funny, dude. I mean, it's funny and also... It's funny in a kind of sad way, honestly. Well done. I see what you did there, and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter. Anyway, no, Miranda, as far as the Dark Souls thing, no, I've tried, and I didn't finish it. I put in like 20 hours into it, and poor Kilobyte, was always like, oh, I just was like, I'm sorry, man. I played a bunch of hours of it. I gave it the old college try. I just found it so tedious. And this is the thing that I've said. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, Triffid. You're on board with what we're talking about, for sure. And the thing that I wanted to say about that was the problem I have with Dark Souls is the logic that it sets up is you learn what's going on, and so over and over again, right, you go through and you get destroyed, but it's fair because you learn from your mistakes, and so you can go back and do it again. The problem with that is that the bonfire save system means that when you die, you go back to the last bonfire, all of the creatures respawn, so you have to fight everyone again. So since there are many spots in the game where a bonfire is not right outside a boss fight, there are many cases where you attack, die, and then have to fight your way through all of these crappy little enemies just to get back to the boss. And by the time you do that, any muscle memory, any learning process, any here's how, has been largely diluted by the fact that you have been dealing with all of these other crappy little enemies that you have to get to before you even get to the big bad. I'm sorry, I think that's literally, no one has ever been able to explain to me how that isn't literally counterproductive to their claim that the game is fair and punishing but fair, and that you learn over time and become better, and that's what makes it possible. You don't become better on boss fights because you are constantly having to fight through the minions to get back to the boss. So yeah. Yup. Yeah, yep. I agree, Justin. I knew that this audience would understand the deal, which is why I was quite impressed with Rising Tide's response. Yeah, yeah. Well, what I mean by that is, no, I think Dark Souls is harder than Jedi Fallen Order, but what I mean by that is I feel like sometimes people are like, well, it's not really Soulsy because it's easier. And I'm like, no, it's Soulsy. It's very Dark Soulsy in combat. It is, in quotes, I guess, easier, which is what makes it not... impossible, right? Like, not unbearable, is the fact that it's not quite as bad. But I have frustrations with it, like sometimes where I was just like, you get shot by the stormtrooper, you get like locked down by something, or you get in, whatever the combination, whatever, something happens, and then you're like, well, I'm screwed, and then you have to go all the way back. But that happens comparatively little in Fallen Order, and it happens constantly in Dark Souls. And I don't understand why people like beating their heads against walls, but, and yeah, the thing about like poison or other things, right? Like, you have to like slog through swamps, or like, I don't know. Yeah, but I agree with you, Miranda, but I just find that stuff, that argument, I agree with you, that is an argument can be made, but I just find that argument leaves me completely cold. The busy work does not create a sense of consequence and death. It creates a sense of resentment that you have to do this stupid crap again. And when you get done with it and you're like, okay, I finally did it, the overwhelming sense that a lot of people get in it is relief. Not joy, not I finally did it, but relief. And I don't play my games so that I can beat my head against a wall for hours and then, if I'm lucky, get relieved that I managed to go. I mean, that's just not my bag. So, right, yeah, pretty much exactly, Strike. Strike. I don't see, but that's not, I gotta be honest, Miranda. See, I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true you can reach a boss in 2 minutes. I never had that experience, and I beat a lot of bosses, and I played like 20 hours plus in Dark Souls. I did not just play for a couple hours. I played a lot of Dark Souls, and I just at a certain point, and I gave up finally when I was going through the dark area where things attack you out, and I'm like, I'm tired of, enough, like, and it takes away progress. Ugh. I was just like, this is just not my bag. And the thing about Hades, now again, Hades, I also kind of got tired of, but Hades makes every effort to try to make it so that every death advances the main story in some way. Every death. Dark Souls, you just do it again till you get it right. You just do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. And as I say, because they often don't put you right next to the fight that you need to do to keep going in the story, they will often put you where you have to fight through all these minions. A lot of the time you're like, great, crap, blah, blah, blah. And then later on you get frustrated because you're tired of going back to that same stupid thing. So then you make mistakes when you're dealing with them, and then you die even faster. And like, it's just not, it to me is an exercise in, it rewards people who will doggedly grind a game until they succeed at it. And I'm not that kind of person. Like, I want games to be challenging. I do not want games to be absolutely brutal. That's not what I play games for. And so, like, yeah, that's... In Sekiro, that could be. Yeah, I mean, not all Soul games are created equal. I would assume... Now, I'm wondering about this. I haven't watched enough to say. Does Ghost of Tsushima have any Souls-ish combat, or is that not at all what it is? Because it's a beautiful game, but is Ghost of Tsushima not at all in the Souls variety, or... Yeah, because I did see Rob play a little bit of Sekiro, but... It's more like AC than Souls? Okay. So I would probably like Ghost of Tsushima more than Ghost of Tsushima I would probably like then, actually. And here we are in the illustrious Port Last. Watch where you step. You might get some of the local culture on your boots. God, Sand, you hold your nose so high it's a wonder you don't wear your hat on it. I don't even know what that means, my dear, but I'm sure as far as your local expressions go, it's quite quaint and charmingly ignorant. Treat the locals with respect, Sand. It's no less than they deserve until they prove otherwise. We should find Heramos as quickly as we can. He can grant us access to Ember, and hopefully we can find some clues there. Asking some of the locals couldn't hurt either. After we speak to Heramos, of course. Agreed. They may have seen something, and as long as we use simple words, we may be able to get information out of them. I'll try to sort through what we find as we discover it, but check with me if you're ever curious about all we've gathered. I'll have a good sense for when we have enough to bring to trial. All right, I'm glad to have you along. Pleasure is all mine. As exceptional as my skills are, it's good to see them put to good use. Okay. Yeah, it seems exactly. Well, plus, I mean, you know, I just see it. I feel like I'm playing a Kurosawa film. Like, what is not to like, right? Way better than AC. Yeah, I know, Dragon, but you're way more down on AC than I am. I like Assassin's Creed, so. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Again, as you say, Miranda, exactly. I, you know, listen, people who want to play Dark Souls, that's cool with me. It's not my kind of game. I find that kind of tedious repetition to be, it's just not at all something I'm interested in. It's not what I come to games to do. But my objection to that is that sometimes people are like, well, it wasn't really, and then they basically say nonsense like, well, Jedi Fallen Order wasn't a difficult game, which is ridiculous. Yes, it was. Jedi Fallen Order was not an easy game. When you're playing it on you know, regular, normal difficulty, that game is not easy. So sometimes I hear that and people are like, oh, you know, it's not a real Souls game. And their idea is basically, because, you know, subtext, it's really kind of easy, which is a bunch of nonsense. It is absolutely not an easy game. There was a lot of achievement. I felt a lot of achievement in beating it. And I felt a lot of achievement in beating it because there's a difference between a game that you work on to get better and a game that basically just beats you around the face and hands and shoulders until you either give up or just grit your teeth. And that's what I mean by grinding, and just do it over and over and over and over and over again. And that is just no interest to me at all. So yeah, you know what, the problem, I've actually played Shadow Tactics Lone Wolf. The problem with Shadow Tactics is I don't love real-time stuff. I mean, sometimes I can do it okay, but I much prefer turn-based. If there was a Shadow Tactics game like turn-based, I would probably like that. I tried Hard West, and the problem with Hard West is that Hard West is absolutely brutal. Like, picture XCOM, but less forgiving, okay? Like, that's the problem with Hard West. But if we had something that was like Shadow Tactics general difficulty level, but in turn-based form, then yeah, I'd be all about it. What? What are you talking about, Strike? The ending of Fallen Order was amazing. What? The Fallen Order ending was great. Yeah. I don't think fast enough. No, I'm, you know, I consider myself an above average gamer. I don't consider myself elite gamer of all the, but I think I'm above average, but I don't, I mean, like super multiple twitchy, no. Real-time strategy games are not, not things that I particularly like that much. Turn-based strategy I do like. And so I love the Heroes of Might Magic games, and I talked about Final Fantasy Tactics, and I talked about Front Mission 3, and, games like that. I love that stuff. And RPGs that have that, like Shadowrun, the Shadowrun games, the turn-based stuff is really great. And so it can be done well. Solasta actually is a turn-based system that I'm looking forward to seeing how well that works. Blackguard's another game that does that pretty well. So I like stuff like that. But I don't... the sort of rapid fire stuff, I don't know. That doesn't interest me as much. I have a lead gamer hat. Yeah, Hard West has been out for a while, Rising Tides, actually. Hard West is... There are a lot of cool aspects to Hard West, but oh my god, is it hard. Like, at times. Now, there are levels where it's fine. But the way that the game is set up, there are times where the game is just so difficult that basically you have to restart a level so that your guys don't end up in a given situation. Like, I guess the way to describe it is I prefer tactical games to strategic ones. I prefer a game where turn to turn, you're trying to maximize what you do. I feel like Battletech is a little like this. Honestly, the Battletech game from Harebrained Schemes, I like that a lot. Yes, I have a general strategy in my head of what I want to do, but I do not want to start playing and then 45 minutes in realize that whatever my grand strategy was, A, didn't work, and B, because it didn't work, I'm screwed. That has no interest to me. So I like the games that have sort of tactical flexibility where you're having to adjust on the fly. This is a reason that I like Slay the Spire, because I think Slay the Spire has a more tactical feel where you're judging things kind of on a turn-to-turn basis, even in some cases. And you know the synergies of what your deck is supposed to do, but you don't have to like plan it out 3 years ahead of time to really get a sense of what you're going to do when you actually go into the match. So, I guess, Marinda. I suppose. I think that's way too reductive, though. I feel like that's the kind of thing where someone's like, well, you like what you like, and you don't. I mean, no kidding, right? Like, okay, but my view is that sure, I don't spend time trying to get even better at games that I find obnoxious and boring and that frustrate me, because I think, if you're not enjoying yourself playing a game, why are you playing it, right? But I guess I get a little twitchy when I hear people talk about the idea. And Hilness, by the way, who is the one who made me think about it, Hilness didn't do this, but just like, I know people who basically are kind of like, look, you're not a real gamer unless you do A, B, C, D, E. And I just reject that on face. Not just because I should be able to play however I want, but because playing a game with a moderate amount of challenge, or recognizing that the normal difficulty on one game is very different, sometimes calibrated wise, to a normal difficulty on another game. And so the fact that one always plays normal doesn't mean that everyone is a Care Bear, right? It reminds me of the old MMO days where basically like the idea that you had to play a certain way, and if you didn't play it that way, then you were just a Care Bear and you weren't a real gamer. That stuff is nonsense. And it's nonsense not just because, oh, you should be able to do whatever you want, but because it literally was nonsense. Like, it doesn't actually fit the experience of people playing through the game. So, sure, I'm not super amazing at first-person shooters because I almost never play them. But I'm okay. I'm not super amazing at real-time strategy games because I don't generally like those and I don't play them. I'm certainly bad at, like, MOBAs because I never play those because they don't interest me. That's cool, but that doesn't mean, therefore, that there are games that you play that I'm actually, I think, reasonably decent at, but I still don't like, particularly. So it's not just a correlation of you don't do well at a particular game, so therefore you automatically don't like it. That is the correlation that I reject, and that's running too close to that line, it feels to me, too much of the time. So, right. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, of course. Right. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. What's up, Wookie? Yeah, sure. No, I definitely agree with that. And actually, I mean, like, 4X games I like okay. FPS are fine, but not my favorite. MOBAs I don't particularly care for. Abstract strategy I don't particularly care for. QWOP, I mean, I guess, whatever, I don't even know. Point and click is not my favorite kind of game, but I mean, I'm fine at them. I'm probably reasonably good at those. Stealth, I think I'm reasonably good at because I'm pretty patient. And then we get into the games like RPGs that I really like, adventure games that I really like, especially turn-based strategy, not 4X, but like on the Heroes of Might and Magic tactical level, or Final Fantasy Tactics, or Shadowrun combat style, those kinds of games. So that stuff I really dig. And those are the games that I'd be best at, so... Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't, exactly, that's well said, Rising Tides. And it's not a value judgment, right? It's not a value judgment. It's not, you don't like hot sauce? Well, obviously, I mean, you're not as good a person. You're not as good an eater, right? You're not as good an eater as someone who has hot sauce. Like, I like Indian food. You know what else I like in Indian food? I like it when Indian food is mild. I don't like super spicy food, and when I've tried super spicy food, it burns my mouth and is incredibly uncomfortable for me, and I'm very sensitive to physical sensation, and so I don't like it. So my having mild Indian food doesn't mean that I'm not eating Indian food. I am eating Indian food. I'm eating Indian food that is mild. And if you want to say that that's not authentic Bengali or, particular region of northern India or whatever, okay, fine. Right? But the idea is that doesn't mean, therefore, that I'm eating the equivalent of a Big Mac because I'm not eating super spicy food, right? And so that's the kind of understated value judgment that I don't care for when it comes up in a game, where the argument is, well, you know, so you're not good at something, therefore you must be bad at it, or you don't like a particular element of a game, so you're just bad at it. Like, no. I may just not like the element of the game. Like, for instance, I hate respawning enemies. My two least favorite qualities of any game are respawning enemies and a lack of save points. And I know Marinda and I have had this discussion many times, so I'm not going to get back into that. There's many reasons as to why I think that is the case. I think it's lazy game design, usually. And so I hate that stuff. My not wanting to have that doesn't therefore mean that I'm not lead enough or good enough of a gamer, and if I just got good, if I just got better, then I would like it suddenly. No, I might push my way through it, and then I would hate that I had to waste my time doing that crap. Because most people will talk about the fact I, quote, hated that section, right? And if you say later on, they're like, oh, I'm so glad I played through that section. Very few gamers I know do that. Gamers will say they loved the overall game and they were relieved to get through this part of the game, but very seldom are you going to hear people be like, I hated that part, and when I beat it, I was so glad that I hated it. No, you hated it, and they just hated it, and they were glad that it was over, but that doesn't mean that they enjoyed that portion of the game. So, yeah. Right, Marina. What's up, live suing? You're a dilettante. You know, I appreciate, by the way, Lost Rivers, let me say, and I'm sorry, let me get back into playing the game. This is a problem, chat. You're all so interesting. I just get in these big discussions. Okay, I have to search Port Last and Ember. I have to say that I appreciate Lost Rivers that you came for another game, right? And you came for another game and now you're with this. And I really appreciate the fact that you stuck around even though I'm playing something which, you know, and I am going to play, don't get me wrong, I'm going to be playing fighting fantasy games again. I love those. I'm going to be playing games. In fact, I'm going to tell you something about that in just a minute. Like the Legacy of Dragonholt games. I'm going to do that stuff again. So believe me, you're going to get your fix of that. But I appreciate that you stuck with me. Not that you were obligated to, but I just appreciate that you did that. And when I hear people say, I come because I like watching Arf play game, or I come because I like the community, or I come because I like to see you play a different kind of game, or I don't mind this game and I'll stick with you for that because I like this other game that you play more, but I just enjoy the community. I love that stuff, to be perfectly honest. So that's just cool. So I wanted to mention that while I was thinking about it. Curse of Mine to be too interesting. Yeah, I've seen Into the Breach. I've never actually tried Into the Breach. Oh, nice, live soon. You got the books and CD. Yay. Awesome. I hope that you enjoy them. And thank you again for your support of it. I've played Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it is one of my favorite games of the last decade. I actually think, Strike, that Final Fantasy VII Remake is the best remake ever made. I will say that right now. It is a meditation on remakes. It's great. And there were a couple spots that I was like, eh. But overall, I think that game is a triumph. Just a triumph. I finally figured that out, Thordax, by just literally kiting them back through the dungeon. That's the deal, right? See, triangle study, I don't know what that is. I actually don't know what triangle strategy is. I have not heard of that one. Oh, I was going to tell you all. Yeah, sorry. I was going to tell you all. So, let me find this thing here. Oh, it's not here? Oh, no, I know where it is. Okay. So, I wanted to get you pumped up about this, chat. I wanted to get you hyped about this. Excuse me while I get out of my Knight Rider webpage. For some reason, I ended up on YouTube and watched some old scenes from Knight Rider. I'm officially here to tell you. I know it's cheesy. I know it's lame. I get it. But I'm sorry. As a kid in the 80s, I actually really, really liked Knight Rider. I think there were not a lot of people that watched it that didn't think they were awesome if you were of a certain age in the 80s and you had access to the show. That and Airwolf, which was the other one like this. And like, watching that scene has been like a nostalgia binge that I've really, really enjoyed a lot. And I understand it's not high art, but it's still fun. Like, yeah, it's been fun. All right. Can you... What are we doing here? Why are you not... All right, I got to open up here. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. All right, I got to open up my email so I can tell you all about this thing. Okay. All right, let me find it. Hold on just a moment. Here we go. All right. So, it was red. Do you know what, actually? You know what, Rising Ties? This is a dangerous thing to state because we've talked about projects before. But you know how much I love the, in the world of a man who does not exist. Like, you know that I love the sort of semi-loner Assassin's Creed, Gray Shade, like that kind of thing, right? Okay? Can you imagine an RPG for Knight Rider where you create not only your character but the car, and your relationship with the car has a lot to do with your success in the given adventure? I remember Renegade. Oh, Airwolf was better. Airwolf was great. I mean, again, within the cheesy... First of all, it has Ernest Borgnine. So, I mean, Ernest Borgnine. Dude, like, episodically, like, setting it up... And you could name your car. Like, it was... I thought about it just now because of Pyre Waltz, right? Because you name your mech. Can you imagine, like, naming it, like, Kit, car, like, Cool, like, Kool, like, car of, whatever, operating system, Lambda or whatever. Like, something, right? But you name your car and literally it's almost like combining, it's like a mashup of Pyre Waltz with Car Wars and Knight Rider, obviously, and you put them together, and then you have this whole thing where, like, you create your car, and the different, like, functions that you give the car will have benefits in certain situations but might remove it in other situations. So if you choose to have an empathetic connection with your car, that means that you're going to be really good at sort of things that require your car to come get you when you're in danger or whatever. But it might mean that you won't be able to take certain risks in the adventure because you're too worried about the car, and the car in turn is too concerned about you. So then you could be more aloof and have it be more of a separate relationship, which means you're much better at the more dangerous types of stuff. But that means that if you ever really get in trouble, the car is less likely to be able to help you out because the modifiers would be less, or like whatever the case would be. Oh man. And then you just start playing, and then at some point you're just like not to mention the sound effects on both that and Airwolf. Now in Knight Rider, the big sound effect is the right, the light going across and the sound of it, and also when you hit the turbo boost, obviously, right, the sound of it. In Airwolf, the sound of the helicopter howling is awesome. The sound of the helicopter just like this, like I can't even do it, is amazing. Oh man. Because the thing is, like, I played Assignment Impossible, right, Rising Ties, that uses this system called Wilderness of Mirrors. And I did it basically based on Mission Impossible. In fact, I literally almost took directly some scripts from Mission Impossible to play through it. It was a lot of fun using Wilderness of Mirrors. John Wick's, not that John Wick, the other John Wick's, Wilderness of Mirrors. And doing something like that, where you have episodic based, like one session it would be about taken down, I don't know, a set of corporate thieves that no one can actually pin down. And they're into like car racing, and they're all corrupt. And so you enter a car race with your awesome ass car, but you can't reveal that the car is too awesome, because if you do, then they're going to know something's up. So you've got to be like good enough to get their interest, but not so good until the last race, where obviously you can let all hang out, and then suddenly it's cool, KOOL, unleashed or whatever. Like, oh, dude. And the helmets were great in Airwolf. Oh my God. Yeah, live suing. The freaking, the visor was so good. Hasselhoff singing down the Berlin Wall. And John Michael Vincent, that's a very sad story. You know, John Michael Vincent really played that well. The first episode of the first season of Airwolf was very dark, actually. Archangel was a cool character too. A lot of the characters, and again, Ernest Borgnine is awesome, but it was very dark. In the later seasons, it got a little more campy, but in the first season, that was very dark and very like Vietnam, Cold War. Like, you know, he basically demands that they find his brother who's a prisoner of war, and they won't do it. And so he's like, well, I'm not going to give you back your helicopter. You kind of have to let go the idea that there's no way the military would actually let someone just steal a nuclear helicopter. Like, they wouldn't do that. But, you know, you gotta suspend your disbelief there. But so I keep wanting to say this, and then I keep getting interested in the conversation. All right, so chat, this is for you, Lost Rivers, okay? Specifically because I was just thinking about you. So there is a game that I backed on Kickstarter, which is called, and I'm going to show it to you, Into the Unknown. Gives you a +5 in nerdiness. Absolutely, Strike. You want that +5 in nerdiness. You kidding me? It's hip. It's hip to do that. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to put it in chat. Hey, what's up, CQ? All right, chat. Feast your eyes on this. It is a high fantasy sandbox campaign for a single player. Okay? So it is a true solo adventure for characters level 1 to 5 for 5e. It actually has 3 different systems, but obviously I would most familiar with 5e. I'd probably be using that. And you play it as a single player using the 5th edition BX or Swords and Wizardry systems. Like Choose Your Own Adventure or Pick a Path. It can also be run with 1 GM and 1 player. Text is nearly flawless to play this way, although it reads more like a Choose Your Own Adventure. It is basically like Legacy of Dragonholt that we're playing through right now, right? But here's the thing. It's for a solo player, or in our case, chat, it's for chat. A solo player where solo is defined as the will of chat. So Lost Rivers, Mirinda, everybody who loves that stuff, and actually the Dunsels, you would fit in this category too. If you really dig, and Configuration Queen too. I mean, I know a lot of you love these games, but I'm just saying, like, people I'm thinking of who every time I play that, they're like, oh yeah. If you like that kind of game, this game is going into layout right now. The Kickstarter funded a while ago, was very successful, and all that, and it is now going into layout, which means that I think delivery for this is due, let's see. Delivery is supposedly due, it says May 2021. They're not going to, and they've obviously slipped past that a little bit, but they're not going to miss by a lot. So probably by the end of the month, they're going to have that done. So, like, you know, if you like this kind of game, you will be all about this game that we're going to play. Because I'm going to play it because I thought this seems awesome. I loved solo adventures when I was younger, and getting a chance to play it with this crew, sign me up. Yeah, no, I know everybody. It's true, Lone Wolf. Everybody in chat loves these, but you know, they're not all of them though. Some people look for particular things. Because and you know why? Actually, I just thought about this. I thought about Rebel Crown. I'm really sorry, chat. I'm going to get back into the game, I promise, but I keep thinking about these other things. Anyway, just to finish up quickly, so that game that I just told you about, Into the Unknown, a solo campaign, Lost Rivers, you can see I haven't forgotten. All those of you who love those games, I haven't forgotten about you. I love them too. Okay, now I want to say something about this because you just made me think about Rising Tides. There's 2 ways to play it, right? One is, actually, there's 3 ways to play it. 1, you play the game as a Pyre Waltz style game where each person designs their own car with the things we just talked about. So you have essentially the kit versus car, K-A-R-R, model, where you have these people working on these things in their own, like, collectively, and then they end up battling it out, or they end up having choices that come about where they may have to decide they're going to work with each other or not, or maybe sacrifice one of them for the other, or something like that. So you can make it that way where you have two people playing and it's vaguely adversarial, right? Or you could have the solo player experience where a person has a car and then multiple people have their own car, all working for, in the show it's called FLAG, which is like the Organization for Justice and Peace and Law or something. I don't remember exactly, but and so you can have all of them working for this organization, all of whom have their own kind of connections to their own cars that they've created, right? Or you could have it be something like what we see with Blades in the Dark stuff, or I'm thinking even like Rebel Crown, like those kind of hacks, where you have different roles. One of them is the driver. That's the person who has the car. But you've also got the mechanic, the person whose job it is to figure out what to do with the car, how to make the car work, how to make the car function. Like, their particular story plays into how well they can adjust the car, tune it for its battles, whatever, right? And then you could have the Devin Miles character, who's basically like the person who is the one who assigns the missions, the one who arranges them. And again, knowing how to be able to talk to the mechanic and the driver in such a way to be able to feed them the right information, who has the top-down tactical view of being able to see what's going on in a given mission. So you could basically have a game style where you have 3 players, each one of them taking on one of those roles, and all of them working together to common purpose. The mechanic, not the dispatcher, he's a bigger deal than that, but like the person who assigns the missions, I don't know, whoever that is, the mentor, whatever, and then the driver, and all 3 of them have kind of equal value. So you could do that, or you could do the thing where everybody has their own car, or you could do the thing where you have the adversarial thing, where each one, and it sort of sets it up so that they challenge each other, although they don't have to destroy each other. Oh my god. So good. Oh, wait. I did the wrong thing. I missed it. I gotta scroll up. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, Miranda. Yep. Hi, Blackberry Bear. I will definitely let you know, Commander Dunsel. A friendship with an AI. Well, no. But remember, though, CQ, it's not a familiar. The car, I mean, Kit in the show, Kit is his own personality. In fact, he sometimes disagrees with Michael Knight. And he technically is supposed to obey him, but he's programmed to not harm a human life, like straight out of Asimov, iRobot type of stuff. And so he he can't do that. And so there are times when Michael wants to risk himself, and Kit's like, you can't do that. Like, I can't let you do that. So there's that kind of stuff. Like, so that thought. I might have posted about it once before, Shadowed. I might have. I think it is Blackberry Bear. Yeah, I have Ghost of Lion Castle, Dunsel. Commander Dunsel, I have Ghost of Lion Castle, and it was great. I love that. Yeah, I mean, Strike, Exposed? I'm playing Neverwinter Nights 2 on Twitch, wearing an Esper Genesis Crucible Core shirt with a bag of dice I'm going to send out to Echo Alpha X5 as soon as I get his address, because he supported my charity convention on my tabletop fantasy writing slide. Like, Exposed, like, I need more clothing to cover up. Like, I mean, Exposed? Yeah. That's what it is. That's what I was trying to think of. The Foundation for Law and Government. We wouldn't call it FLAG, but like, that point is, that is what it was. Yeah. The mashup of Airwolf and Knight Rider. Yeah. Ancestral Trail. It was like a serialized solo adventure. We had the kids that had to buy the next chapter of Fortnite. Ooh, that's cool, Lost Rivers. I gotta check that out. Yeah? I didn't mean to give you another project, Rising Tides, but I know... Oh, man, I was just like... Oh, it was so good. Another for Athos. Well, like crossover almost live suing about the Chaosium stuff, right? Real nerds play bad rats on stream. Oh, man. It's funny, you know, there was a time when I think being called a nerd would have had a powerful effect on me, and I would have, not a positive effect, like many years ago, and like, it's been so long since hearing that has bothered me. I'm like, being a nerd is cool, first of all, and secondly, okay. Oh, this is, see, right, I gotta move it over. This is the other thing that was, this was a little messed up. Because I accidentally did this when I was dealing with, yeah. There we go. Yep. Oh, I mean, it used to be even worse than that. You used to you could get your face beat in for it. You know, you get beaten up for being a nerd. And I'm glad that that's not the case now. I mean, you could still get beaten up for being seen as different, sadly. But I'm glad that there is a lot more public awareness of bullying. I wish that had been around in my time, because it wasn't. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Get on our level, Lone Wolf. We were nerds before it was cool, you know? Nerds literally, again, anyone who tells me that someone is a nerd and like somehow that's nerdy, and these people say this while also going to these games, right? Where going to a sports game and waving around a foam finger and dressing up in blue paint on taking a shirt off and dressing up in blue and white paint and cheering a football team in like negative 10 degree Fahrenheit weather. If people are going to do that, I don't want to hear word one about being a nerd. All right? Everyone has their crazy stuff. Fan is literally short, as you all know, for fanatic. So, and I speak as someone who is also a sports fan. I like sports. So, I you know. Exactly, yeah. Ignore them and they'll leave you alone after they've beaten you into the pavement, right? Configuration Queen, that was the biggest bullshit argument of all time. Oh, they'll just ignore you. No, they won't ignore you. Oh, you gotta fight back. Yeah, and then their friends will beat you down. What needed to happen was there is a little bit of you need to build your own self-confidence, yes. You need to have a group of friends, yes. And also you need adults that don't act like it's just part of growing up. And that's the thing I think that is most changed, is that adults who, as Generation Xers in the 80s went through getting their ass beat in, were like, that's never going to happen to my kid. And so they're the ones who have pushed a lot of these anti-bullying initiatives. And them and the younger generations that have talked about the online nature of this, bullying trans kids, bullying lesbian and gay kids, bullying even kids that have particular interests who may be, you know, cishet and yet still are, you know, are claimed to be gay or trans or anything and bullied on top of it, whether they are or not. Like all of those things on social media and elsewhere, there's a much greater awareness of that now. And there's a lot more adults saying, this isn't cool. This can't happen. This isn't going to happen. And that should have been happening back in the 80s. Because asking a 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old to defend themselves from a group of gangsters is what it comes down to, right? Kids that jump you after school, kids that, you know, throw you in lockers, kids that beat you over the head with a 2x4. This all happened to me, by the way. Kids that flick your ears, kids that spit in your salad, kids that push you downstairs, kids that, you know, all this nonsense, all that stuff. We needed adults there, actual adults helping at the time. Not saying, oh, it's just part of adulthood. It's part of childhood. Bullshit. It was part of your childhood, maybe, and it shouldn't have been part of ours. And for damn sure, it's never going to be part of my kids. So, And, and sometimes, and people say like, well, and they're like, well, and bullies, bullies themselves were bullied. I'm sure that's true. That's why you need adults, right? Because the answer is not just one of the stupid like Hallmark movie, well, when you fight back and you challenge the bully. I'm like, first of all, that just means the bully waits and then beats you down when you're not being surrounded by adoring fans in high schools and then getting rolling credits on movie screens. But secondly, you don't even necessarily want to beat a bully to within an inch of their life and then be like, okay, now I've done what? I've won. The bully has forced you into a position where you have to become like them. You're like, well, you're not like them. You're fighting back. Yeah, but you feel as if you have somehow had that toxicity pour into you, right? And this is why you need adults who can provide context and space. My argument would be you stop the bullying as an adult, as a figure of authority, and then you go and you see if you can talk to the bully's parents. Or you talk to the bully and say, I'm going to have you come in and speak to the school counselor. Because it's true, maybe the bully is having a hard time and does need compassion. But that's not on the victim of the bully to provide. You need to provide compassion to the people who are getting their faces beat in. You need to stop them from having their faces beat in, first of all, because school has to be a safe space. God knows it isn't now. It has to be made one. And then secondly, you need to show compassion to both. And if the argument is, well, that's too hard, then you're in the wrong job, Jack. If you're an educator and you see a child being bullied and your first thought is, I don't know how I'm going to have the time to deal with it, quit. You're in the wrong job. Because I've been an educator for 25 years, and I'll tell you right now, if a kid that I see, and I deal with college, so I don't get this very much, but if you see a kid who is being bullied, and I did see this in high school, you shut that shit down immediately. You don't say, oh, I don't know whether I can, and if you don't like that, quit. And I am the first defender of what teachers go through on a regular basis. They are overwhelmed, and I agree that that needs to be addressed. But not on the backs of the victims of the kids who can't defend themselves. Do not turn a blind eye to it. Don't do it. Now, that also doesn't mean that you then take the bully and throw them in a locker and throw them downstairs. That's why you're an adult. You separate them. You make sure that the kid what was being bullied and is victimized is okay. You make sure that you have people following up with them. You check with the parents. You check with the child. You do what you can to support them and help heal their trauma, because that's what it is when you go through bullying. It's trauma. And then you also go talk to the family of the bully, and you work with the bully to figure out what led the bully to do this. So you don't take revenge. This isn't fucking Roadhouse. But you also don't ignore it. And that's what happened in the 80s. It was ignored. It was, it's a rite of passage. Movies glorified it. Revenge of the Nerds. Oh yeah, and then when the nerds fight back, that's, stuff and nonsense. Kids being stuffed in lockers didn't want to hear about where the movie director was where you could roll credits. You need adults. And that, I think, is an enormous improvement today in when I was growing up. Because at least you don't have this. I'm not saying that bullying is gone, but at least there's awareness of it. And that was not the case in the 80s. Of course, Triffid. I'm just talking about the fact that I myself was, I turned 8 years old in 1980, right? So I was literally growing up in the 80s is when I was experiencing the bullying. But of course it happened before. Sure. Of course. Sorry, I literally was on this thing, and so I was looking at this stuff. I'm built like a cube, yeah. Yeah, no, you didn't, Strike. You didn't. I was very badly bullied as a kid. Very badly. And I still deal with trauma from it. So I do not respond well to it. It's one of the reasons I don't like trolls on I'm not talking about trolls like I joke around with you. That's not the kind of troll I mean. I'm talking about people who actually come on and start like making fun of people in chat. Nope, instaban. Goodbye. Don't want to deal with you ever. No. Not interested. And again, I don't go after them and then send them messages and threaten them because, again, this isn't Roadhouse. But if you don't deal with bullies, this is the other thing. If you don't deal with bullies now, at this time, those bullies, as was said, go on to live miserable lives, and the young bullies become older people that do bad things in their regular lives too, in their adult lives. It's not like they grow up and they mellow. No, they don't. If they're bullies when they're young, when they get to be adults, they do that and sometimes worse. Stop it now. When they're a kid and you're an adult and you have the authority to do it. It's your obligation to do it. To stop the bullying and to protect them. To protect the kids that they're doing it to. Let's see. Right. Live suing. Right. No internet, no support network, wedgies, flat top. Right. 100%. No support network. Yeah, you had your local friends, whatever, but come on. Yeah. And the thick skin, as we said, is just a bunch of total nonsense. Yeah, exactly. CQ, exactly. Boys will be boys. What a bunch of bullshit. You're exactly right. That's exactly stuff that would be said. Yeah, exactly, Triffid. Exactly. I mean, I have to say, and again, I remember being bullied by one kid, and I want to be very careful about how I say this. I remember being bullied. This is a kid who literally punched me in the stomach. Like, I mean, this, right? So this kid also was a good baseball player, and he ended up going and he was drafted as a minor leaguer with the Cardinals, and then he flamed out. And when I went back to my one and only high school reunion, he was driving a snowplow in the same town, and he looked like a mess. Now, here's the thing I want to say. The snowplow part is not the part that I'm like, haha, you drive a snowplow. That's not the point, right? That the job has great value and great worth, and this is not being like, haha. My point is that I know that what he wanted to do was be a baseball player. And it was very hard not to feel like, well, that's a goddamn shame, Tim. Damn shame. But that's not a pleasant thought for me to have. And this is what I mean. The effect of it is to make one feel toxic too. And I don't like feeling toxic about other people. And fortunately, I don't much. But that was an example where I felt, I was sort of like, whatever, dude. Too bad that your life is miserable. And I don't want to feel that way about anybody. But I can't deny that what he did to me was awful. And this is why adults need to step in so that you don't create scenarios like this. And like, you know. Yeah, you know what, live suing, I know, and I'm really sorry to hear that. I mean, because as someone myself who puts as much value in education as I do, I am very sorry to hear that. Yes, that was occasionally true. It, fortunately for me, not much. I had some bad teachers, but generally they weren't bullies. But I had a couple. Absolutely I did. I've talked before about my second grade teacher who used to assign, literally would hand out pencils, and the shorter the pencil, the less she liked you. I'm not making this up. This is 100% accurate. Miss Piazza, I still remember her name. And that person I don't have any sympathy for as a bully did something and then blah, 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 blah. I don't have any sympathy for her in the least because she was an adult. And I understand her life must have been miserable. How can I know? I get it. But I'm sorry. 2 second graders, you hand out pencils based on the length of the pencil, based on what she thinks of you. 2 second graders. I mean, 2 college kids, first of all, let alone 2 second graders. This is a person who should have been a mile away from any teaching profession ever. But she wasn't. And again, back in now that would have been 70s, right? That I was going through that because my second grade was like, what, I would be I guess I was 7, probably in 2nd grade, I guess. So, 1979. But come on. But in general, that was the exception. I do want to say that. In general, that's the exception. Generally, that was the exception, not the rule. Bullies generally did not come as teachers. I just found that teachers were apathetic sometimes to bullying, except in rare cases. But actually, if you want to see a good example of this live suing, the movie Heaven Help Us, which I've often recommended, which has Andrew McCarthy, it has Donald Sutherland in it, and a bunch of stuff about the Catholic kids in a Catholic private school growing up, I think in the 60s, 50s, 60s. I don't remember, maybe 60s. There are sequences in that where the teachers are absolutely bullying. And what happens there is like, that movie is wild. The movie's not perfect, but that movie is wild in terms of how it conveys getting back against the sort of bullying teacher. It's pretty extraordinary. And the reactions from some of the other teachers too. Yeah, I hear you live. I'm sorry you went through that. Good. That's great, CQ. I don't know if that's a teacher or not that misses Scruggs, but yes, that's exactly what needs to happen. Every time, that's what needs to happen. It's the adult's obligation to do that. The obligation. It's not your obligation to teach your kid to be Bruce Lee and send him back to school. No, it's not. I mean, it is, if you want to teach your kid self-defense and do that, I mean, that's fine. But you're not, don't make that your answer. Well, I don't want to be the person who comes. F that. You're the adult. Be an adult. If you're walking down the street with your kid and someone comes up to your kid and pushes them in a bush, are you just going to look at it and be like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to teach you self-defense because life is tough? No, you're not. You're going to freaking knock that guy in the next week. You'd be like, get away from my kid. You're not even going to let him push him in a bush. He's going to walk over. You'd be like, get away from my kid. So why is it different if it happens at school and you're not watching it happen? Assuming you trust your child, assuming you've built a bond with your child so that you can believe what they tell you, assuming that you then follow up with teachers and make sure that the perspective is right and that everyone's seeing things the right way, why would you then be like, oh, well, it happened at school, so I guess I'll just wait for the Hallmark moment, instead of, like the person walking up to you in the street and pushing your kid in a bush, instead of being like, F that. You ever bully my child again, I'll suplex you. You get away from my child. And again, do you do this to the bully? No, you go to the bully and you say, I don't want you to hurt my child. More importantly, you go to the bully's parent and you say that. And if the parent starts playing the same game, then you go to the teachers and the administrators and you raise hell with the principals and the principal and the superintendent. And you say, if my child has to feel unsafe, I will take this to the district if I have to. I'll take it all the way to the state. My child does not get bullied in my classroom, ever. Ever get bullied in a classroom that I send my kid to. Not ever. I don't believe in being a helicopter parent or in bothering teachers, except in that instance. If you're not keeping my kid from getting bullied and you can't do the job, quit. Or I'm going to pull my kid out and put him in someplace else, because they will not be expected at the age of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 to protect themselves against kids bigger and stronger than them, meaner than them, kids who are going through their own miserable experiences. No thank you. Not on my watch. Mrs. Scruggs is a teacher. That's awesome. And that's what I hope would be more of the case as well. Yeah, some of the bullies grow up to be psycho bosses. Yep, that's right. That's right. It's like people who plagiarize and then everyone is surprised about Enron. What are you surprised about? If kids are plagiarizing and there are no consequences for it and they don't learn why they shouldn't do it, why are you surprised that those kids grow up to be executives at Enron who have no problem ripping off millions and millions of dollars from people? Why would they care? What do you think? You don't see a through line? They learned to be plagiarists in high school and then took that and, developed it into becoming a full-blown thief once they got into a corporate environment. Why does that surprise you? So same thing for bullying. If you bully when you're a kid and that's not corrected, and I don't mean corrected with violence, I mean corrected by sitting them down and talking to them and sort of reaching through and being like, what is causing you to do this? Let's work through this. Right? As the adult, not as the kid. The victim is not the one doing this. It should be the adult doing this. If you don't reach them, if you reach them in time, I think you can turn them into a positive path. I know you can, in fact, because I've seen it happen with other kids. But if you don't do that, then you can't sit there and be surprised when, oh, I don't know what happened. They got into a fight. Oh, I don't know what happened. They pulled a gun. You don't know what happened? Where were you? The first 15 years. Right. Totally right, CQ. You don't want to just make it revenge back and forth. I totally agree. That's funny, Strike, yeah. You saw Heaven Can Help Us? Yeah. You know what I mean then, CQ. I'm talking about close to the end of that movie. The thing that happens in the auditorium is what I'm talking about there. Oh God, Thordex. Yeah, wow, I can't even imagine. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I gotta talk to the merchant. I haven't seen that one, Coven. Also, hi, Coven. Yeah, no, of course. Quite right. It's multiple things. It's definitely not just parents. But I do think, Triffid, that it is adults, though. I agree with you that it's not just parents. I think it's school administrators that that look the other way. I think it's teachers, overworked teachers sometimes, and sometimes teachers that, frankly shouldn't be in the job. But I don't put the teachers necessarily super high on that list because they've got so much to deal with already, but they're part of it. I agree with you that it's not just the it's not just the parents, but it is just the adults. To me, this is 95% on the adults because the school culture is developed by that, right? So that's the only thing. But I 100% agree with you that it's not just the parents, yes. So. Strike, dude, I love you and I know you've been around for a long time, but I don't think I'm sorry if you think that this is a long and tedious speech. But I don't think that's what's going on here, my dude. I don't think it was long and tedious. I'm in fact literally going back and responding to what people say and taking that into account as I say something else about it. Like, we're not on Skype. Like, I mean, so. Because of my goatee? Yeah, but see, I have the full beard though, man. I got the full beard. Doesn't that take me out of the goatee? See, the goatee thing, first of all, I don't have this one, right? What is it? The Fu Manchu, right? I don't have that. I have the full, I've got the full, I got the full beard. So now isn't it more like, Robert Redford, the gif where he's like looking in the river. He's like smiling, right? Aren't I more like that now? No, I mean, and I'm not upset with Strike. I've known Strike has been has been on this channel, for a long time, so I'm cool with Strike. But I just did want to say, I don't, I am taking into account what people are saying. Calarden's Smoothhand's armor. Replica of the armor worn by the avatar of Calarden's Smoothhand, thus bear his name. Created these suits to honor the god of stone. Resistance to magic. Resistance 14, +1/+2 versus evil. It's pretty good. Gnomish magnetic armor. Okay. You're not convinced? Grow it for ArvCon 22, shave it for donations. It reminds me of, yeah, exactly. Live sewing like Austin Powers, right? Yeah. Maybe this guy is listening. Maybe this guy was bullied as a kid, Strike. You ever think about that? Maybe this guy's like, yeah, you're right. Oh, man. 15,000. Oh, wait, though.
And quickly.
Yeah, okay. 13,000. So the question is... Wait, what? Oh, right, because of 1d12. Yeah. Okay. So...
Yes.
You've got the shield, right? Adamantine heavy shield. +2, damage reduction 2. Damage reduction 2 is nice. +2 spell resistance 12. Like the person who, and again, I didn't see this happen. This was just coming to me from +1 deflection, +1 fortitude, and quill fire. I don't think that's that great. Like the person when I was again, this wasn't me. When I was working in Electronics Boutique, we heard, I told this one story before about this guy who literally so we worked in the mall where we have, if you've ever worked in a retail store or you've been in a mall late, you'll see that they have these doors that come down to cover the opening that leads into the mall proper, right? Like you have a little gate that comes down. So, so apparently, and again, I didn't see this, but the one night late, and it was like 10:03. So basically the store closed at 10. They're already closed, right? They're checking out, right? Cashing out. And they're like doing the reconcile with, the receipts or whatever. And they press the door and the door closes. This guy, this kid, basically, 16, 17, I don't know, comes walking up to the gate. And according to them, literally jogs up to the gate, drops down because the gate right now is like halfway down, and rolls under the gate, which is closing, stands up, and as if he had just walked in, strolling in, is like, hey guys, I was just wondering if you had like this gate, Twisted Metal 3 or blah 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 blah. And they're just like the the people doing the closing were like, because he gets up and he says this and the door closes behind him, and they're like, we're closed. And he's like, what? And they're like, the gate was closed. We're like, they just sort of like, they said, again, I didn't see it. This is what they told us, that they just helplessly pointed at the door. Like, what? He's just like, roll, stand up. Like you said, Indiana Jones. And then is like, hey guys, blah, blah, blah. And they're just like, what the? It's like the gif with the guy with the hair who's doing the, what the? Right? It's just so unbelievable. Oh man, that was so funny. And we swore, we're like, that didn't happen. And they're like, I swear to God it happened. I was like, all right. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that crazy things happened. Oh man. Good times, good times. All right. This merchant's got nothing. Thanks for buying my stuff, dude. Appreciate it. It is a real rogue vibe. Well, sorry, Axelm was closed. Just because the fact that he didn't even pay attention. Like, what was going through his mind? He's like, as long as I get inside the store, like, I'm fine. I just... And the register obviously was closed. I mean, like, I don't... Oh, man. All right. Hail, friend. Care for a look at Haljal Throndor's wares? Do you carry any unusual items? Happens that I do, though I don't usually advertise. Here, have yourself a look. All right. Special items. The Shackles of Asenath. +4 armor, +2 strength, but only usable by sorcerer. Oh, man. I already know about the Mad Gent's boots. Usable by rogue. It isn't closed until I can't. Right, exactly. Well, as far as returns, the two worst return stories that I ever had, one of them happened to someone that I hired when I was an assistant manager for a year. And one of them happened to me. And fortunately, I already knew enough, so the return didn't happen. The really bad one, the cringe one, was the person who came in to try to return a PlayStation. This is a PlayStation 1. And they had the original box. They didn't have a receipt. It was like no foam in it. I mean, the box was the game. It was clearly like a year plus old. And Electronics Boutique used to have a very generous return policy, but come on, like, you know. And so we were like, no, you can't do that. They got very belligerent. And at one point they said, you realize that my kid needs baby formula and I can't pay for it unless I sell you back this PlayStation. To which my thought was, either that's you're lying and you're a terrible person because you're making that your excuse, or you're telling the truth and you're worse. Because I'm here to tell you, if the choice between giving baby formula or not is your freaking PlayStation, and this person incidentally is dressed in nice clothing and the whole 9 yards. Believe me, I am totally willing to believe that people may need stuff like this under circumstances like this, but not when they're coming in and they start out talking about games they want to buy and all this cool stuff, and they're going to do that, but first they have to make this return. And then suddenly when we're like, wait, what? Then they start talking about how their kid needs baby formula, all right? So either it's a lie and you're a bad person, or it's true and you're a worse person. But we said, no, we're not going to do that. So then they left, okay? And we knew already that they were going to go try to, and so they left. So we called the other electronics boutique at West Farms Mall. I was working at the time in Buckland Hills Mall in Manchester, Connecticut. We called the West Farms Mall. We're like, just so you know, this person's been doing this. While we did this, we called corporate, and it turned out that this same couple had gone around and had returned a bunch of other consoles with the same sob story 3 months before. About like, oh, we have to return our whatever it was Dreamcast because, you know, baby formula, blah, 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 blah. Right? So that was the worst in terms. And so sure enough, they went to the West Farms Mall and they tried to return it. They had already been warned. They said no. And then they got so angry that mall security got called because they were literally threatening the manager. Like they were like, the guy was like, I'm going to like practically reaching across the counter to like grab his shirt type of thing. And, it wasn't stolen goods, but it wasn't clear if they had ever, it might have been, like that part was unclear. CQ. So it was just like, yeah, it was crazy. The funny one was there used to have these external hard drives that you could get for the PlayStation. and they came in a box, like a long box, right? And it's just an external hard drive, whatever. So this person returns it, and a person that I hired actually took the return. And they had a receipt and they had the whole bit. And they're like, yeah, it just didn't work, whatever. He processed the return. So he brings it to the back room. And I pick up this thing in the back room and I'm like, this feels kind of weird. And I open it. Now here's the best part. So here's the shot, and then get ready for the chaser. So the shot is, what do you think was actually in the box, chat? So it's a long, it's a decent sized box, like, not very long, but it's a box and it has the picture of the hard drive on it. What was actually in the box, first of all? I'll take guesses. A brick, a paperback book, a pack of ramen, rotten food, a dead animal. That would have been bad. A bunch of rolled up newspaper, popcorn. No, these are all good guesses. It was a VHS tape. That's closer, actually, Lost Rivers, although it was a little longer. It was not Isaac. Dragon's self-esteem. It was a block of wood. It was a block of wood that had been clearly cut to the size of the box. So it was a block of wood. But that's the shot. Here's the chaser. On the block of wood, someone put in Sharpie marker, and I swear to God this is true, block of wood. They had literally written on the block of wood. So, like, the guy had to shape it and then, like, put block of wood and put it in the box. And, like, and I was like, so I went to the employee and I'm like, and his name was David, I think. And I was like, what? And he's like, well, you know, the weight felt right. I'm like, you didn't open the box to see, because he would have opened the box and you would have been like, what is this? And he would have pulled it out and he would have been like, block of wood. Like, what? I don't, like, so that was so ridiculous that it was funny. Like, I just was like, I'm like, oh, open the box next time. The fact that it said block, you might forget. I don't know whether that's like something where you open it up and it's like, it says block of wood. It was almost like you know, a cartoon, like, you know, the Wile E. Coyote orders something from Acme and it literally is like, it says 10-ton weight on it or something. Like, what? I was assuming that it's one of those things where if you get it, you're like, good job, Ace. You found the block of wood. That's not really a hard drive. I'm going to be leaving now. Like, what? Block of wood. No, it's not a block of wood. It says it right here. He wrote in Sharpie, block of wood. It was great. Oh, and also awesome about this. So he did that, right? But also awesome about this. Hold on a second. Just realized it. Sorry, hold on a second. Also awesome about this, excuse me, that's too high. Also awesome about this is the fact that the block of wood guy had also painted it, gray, which was the sort of the color of the hard drive. So I guess the theory was that maybe they'll open it and they'll see just the paint and that will be enough. And he just happened to get the employee of the month dude, basically, who was like, I'm not even going to open the box. I'm just going to assume. I wanted to keep the block of wood. We couldn't. We had to give it to corporate. But, like, block of wood. Just a block of wood, man. Just a block of wood. Oh, man. Good times, good times. All right. Let's see. Before I get all this, dexterity +4, huh? That's awfully good. That's better than Gauntlets of Ogre Power. All right, let's find out about this, chat. The city of Nivian in ancient Ilfarn observed an annual custom in which the 6 districts of the city vied for possession of the statue of a local hero. The tradition dictated that each of the districts participate in a non-lethal grand melee. The last combatant standing claimed the prize for his or her district. It's probably worth more than the hard drive. That's probably true, actually, Coven. Okay, since civic chaos was not the desired effect, each district had a champion that fought for its citizens. Though not required, champions often enjoyed a large morale boost when they had the patron of a noble family. And yeah, Miranda, exactly. Like, why did I bother to waste the time, right? In 1239 DR, the champion of the Artisans District was a man named Baloran. Baloran was a man seemingly possessed by his desire to win the championship for his district. He had tried to do so for 6 years and failed each time. Unbeknownst to the citizens of the city, Baloran's sole motivation for participating in the melee was to earn the favor of the Emperor's niece. The beautiful woman, Ilum Lura, had always politely rejected Baloran's advances. After 6 years of misplaced civic pride, Ilum's father commanded his daughter to give Baloran a token of her favor. She reluctantly did so, giving him a pair of riding gloves that he wore pinned to the shoulder of his sword arm. To the surprise of everyone outside the family, Baloran fought more ferociously than he ever had before. He won the statue for the Artisans District. As custom dictated, this also meant that he was to receive a kiss from the lady whose favor he had worn into battle. Ilum gave Baloran his kiss and immediately returned to her family estate. In the following months, an inflamed and confused Baloran tried in vain to kindle a relationship with the elusive Ilum. She eventually agreed to meet with him, but only told him that her heart belonged to another. Deranged with grief at this revelation, Baloran journeyed into the deepest forests of Ilfarn and was never heard from again. Those who saw him leave Nivian said that he was still wearing Ilum's favor upon his shoulder. or optionally that we were dealing with the original incel. So I think I'm just going to wear the person's gloves because dexterity +4 is absurd. That's amazing. So, what's up, Koala? How you doing, man? You had pirate. You had to. Oh, really? You worked in the returns part. You had to forward them all to legal. Yeah, they wanted to see it, I think, and so. All right, here we go. So my dex right now is 24. What? Come on, you can do it. 25 dexterity now, +7 dex. +25 dexterity. Oh yeah. All right.
Follow me, everyone. Grab a buddy and let's head out.
And you have bracers of armor +2. But what if you had... Okay.
Everybody, follow me.
Doing good starting a new job. Nice. What's the job, Koala? Bracers of archery. Yeah. That does absolutely nothing.
Listening, really.
Well, braces of armor +4. That's certainly better. I can't give up those. All right, so I'm going to sell this.
I am listening.
Okay. All right. I need arrows. Yes, 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 yes. I need arrows in the worst way. And I'm not going to get... I don't need to get... I can get lots of stacks of arrows because I am an arcane archer, so I don't actually want +2 or +3 arrows because it's a waste. Give me all of those stacks. Let me get some more. I don't know when I'm going to be back here again. Okay. Well, yeah. It's just that, I mean, yeah. You're probably right. I'm probably being a little bit, you know, overboard about it, but I don't know though. Like, it just feels like she hated having to do any of this. Like, it wasn't like, you know, she's the beloved and she's right there and all the time. Like, I don't know. It feels so male gaze to me that I was not wild about it. +3. Use bark skin 1 use per day. Spell resistance 16 for the low price of 75,000 freaking gold. That is a lot. Oh, Clangeddon's Wayward Axe. Interesting. Isn't he Clangeddon? And there's some good weapons here, but they are expensive.
How can I help?
I'm probably doing pretty well, actually. I'll get one more set of... I'll get some bolt +2. Nice. Yeah, I'll get a couple of those. That's fine. Lovely. Varn. Yeah. Oh yeah, not you know, again, mild. Like I'm not really that like taken aback by it, but I wasn't like, how dare this game, you know. Ruby crossbow. +3 cause fear, 1 use per day. +3 is nice. Spear of Withering. +1 ability drain, D6 16. Stormwalker. Electrical 2d6. I love it. Temper Tuppence Everthrower. Bindle Einok Temper Tuppen based these weapons on one he supposedly saw a fire giant use, reportedly big enough to throw a donkey 300 paces. Questioning the accuracy of this account brings the predictable retort that you'll be sorry when a giant puts your ass in a sling. He's a funny man, that Bindle. Okay. Unlimited ammo, bullet ammo, plus 1d6 fire. That's pretty sweet. I don't know that I want to... That 41,000 or 35,000 even. That seems a little silly. Okay, good night, Lone Wolf. Thank you as always. This merchant spent 2 in-game days waiting for you. Listen, man. He knows the importance of not making the customer rush their decisions. Oh, wait. I actually have to ask him about Ember. Do you know anything about what happened to Ember? I haven't heard much more than the rumors, though that idiot Elgin claims to have been there. Even fought the attackers, he says. Pah! Who's Elgin? Poor at last resident braggart he is. Always boasting of deeds done and dragons slain. Mind you, no one's ever seen him do anything but talk. Man can't handle a butter knife, much less a stout blade. I took pity and tried to teach him a few tricks, but he was hopeless. A braggart, eh? Beware of men telling wild tales. If lies are repeated enough times, people will believe them. We may wish to find this Elgin and make sure he's not telling stories about Ember. Yes. Yes. The usual. Luskin lusts after our harbor and Heremos frets. Ember massacre has made folks here a bit uneasy, but it's caused my business to go up. Alright, well, listen. Gotcha, Lord of War. Alright, now, we gotta go find... Heremos. Heremos! Port Last Garrison. Magical Sundries. Alliance Arms Inn. The Cracked Anvil. Yeah, very nice, Trivid. Well done. Okay, Heremos. Let's talk.
I'm surprised you have the courage to show your face here. A lot of people here had friends in Ember. If they find out who you are...
Hey, man, slow down here, boss. I just got here, and I want to find out what's going on before we start throwing around accusations. What if you're the guy who did it? I'm not responsible for what happened, and I'm here to clear my name.
You're free to conduct your business here, but you'll be watched. If you have questions, ask them now. I'm a busy man.
What happened in Ember?
Innocents slaughtered. The village burned to the ground, all done by you. My only regret is that Ember falls under Luskin jurisdiction, not mine.
Why are you so certain it was me?
There was a witness to the attack. You were described in great detail.
I'd like to speak to the witness.
Out of the question. She's been through enough. And besides, you won't like what she has to say.
I need to speak with all witnesses, no matter what they may say about me.
Very well. You may question the witness, but you shall do it in my presence. Bring the girl here.
Yes, Captain.
Chandra? Chandra, is that you? Elaine, you survived. Thank the gods.
Chandra! It was horrible. They butchered everyone.
Elaine, it's all right. Shh. Look, I brought people to help. We'll get to the bottom of this.
You! Chandra, it's him! Why would you bring him here?
I'm not responsible for what happened at Ember.
I saw you murder those people.
No, Elaine, it's not true.
I know what I saw. They had no weapons. Some even surrendered. But he...
Somebody, okay, so somebody did like a illusion, basically. I love number 2. Best way to sort of reduce suspicion on yourself is to say to someone who thinks you're a murderer, you'll meet the same fate if you don't tell me what you know. Really? We're here to help you, not to hurt you. Yeah, right, exactly, Strike.
That's right, Elaine. We're here to help, all right?
It was trade season, and the shipments into Ember had fallen off. I had decided to trade along the south roads. When I came back to Ember, I heard the screams and saw the smoke. I left my wagon and went into town. That's when I saw the bodies. I saw him kill the quartermaster while he was on his knees, begging for his life.
You saw this man here do the killing blow? And was it just him? And where did he...
Sand!
We don't have all year, girl. Nor do I have the patience when the trail of these killers grows colder.
There were others, but I didn't see them closely. I ran as hard as I could to Port Last, and they took me in. But you did do it.
Or someone that looked the part. There are many magics that can cloak one's appearance, even allow one to change shape.
I know what I saw.
Don't you think that it's a possibility it was someone else disguised as me?
I suppose it's possible, but I don't know. I just don't know.
Then you're a fool. Well, thanks for considering it at least.
You're welcome. Is there anything else you need from me?
Who else was there besides me? Were any of my companions there?
You had about a dozen of your friends with you. But I don't recognize anyone with you now.
A dozen, you say? Interesting. Do go on.
So you didn't see a dwarf, a gnome, a half-demon girl, anyone that's in my party?
Well, no. I believe they were all human.
Well, considering that those two and the gnome account for at least half of us, that might seed some doubt.
More than half in spirit.
Yes, you keep telling yourself that.
But you could have just hired others.
Yes, my dear. But as your hesitation suggests, why would anyone do that when they have trusted allies who would follow one anywhere, despite their common sense? No offense.
How'd you manage to get away if you got close enough to identify me?
I don't know. I just started running. I guess they didn't notice me.
You were lucky, Or perhaps they let you escape.
That's all I need to know. Thanks for your help, Elaine.
I'm sorry to have put you through this, Elaine. Guard, please see that she reaches her quarters safely.
Listen to me. If we can get her to work for us, her story of tears will sway the court in our favor.
Elaine's not some tool, Sand. She's just survived the massacre of her town, which someone caused to get to us.
Girl, if we do not use your friend, the Luskins will, and they will use her testimony to kill our friend here. So, please dispense with your convenient morality. Either we use her or they do.
Good. Glad to hear someone here is making some sense. Leave her alone, Sand. I mean it.
Forget it then. I can't help this matter if you won't heed my counsel. Maybe you will when you're hanging from the gallows, twisting in the wind.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So, right. So, now we have learned some things. Okay. So I got to talk more to him. I also realized that I completely forgot that I have to go back to West Harbor. So I got to go do that. Yeah, look, renegade options, exactly. All right. Let's go hit up West Harbor if I can. And quickly return the one thing, then come back here. Of course, there was that kid that we met in West Ember, or who we met in Ember, who said, you know, we gave him something because he's like, oh, I think we're going to be in trouble. And, like, he knew that he, like, foresaw that this thing was going to happen. So, okay, we're going to travel here quickly. I wonder if the dude Hamos actually did it, but that seems unlikely. I'm going to completely ignore my father, my foster father. Nah, I'm not.
Ah, you have returned. You still have the shard, don't you? Make your visit brief. You put us all at risk with your return.
Yeah, good to see you also.
I sense one task only led to another. Such is the way. What seems a simple thread is often part of a complex tapestry.
How's the village fared since I left?
Did not take long for our foe to discover that you had left. I fear you must have faced him on the road to Neverwinter. Does he still hunt you?
Dwarves and bladings are commanded by a Githyanki. They're still after me.
A Githyanki? I've heard their names mentioned only once or twice in passing. Invaders from the outer plains. A fierce foe.
I want to know about my mom.
When she was a little older than you, adventure sought her out as well. We met in a tavern and were drawn together by mutual necessity. There were others with us.
Look at Kelgar with the armor and
adventures were told.
Electrical weapon.
But not all such stories end well. One day, we both realized that of the original band, only we were left. I had had enough of death, especially of those close to me.
Good night, CQ. Did my mother give up adventuring as well?
Your mother was spun of a different silk and maintained her vitality in spite of loss. When I settled in West Harbor with my Shayla, she would visit us from time to time. A heart can heal over time. I had become content. One day when Esmerelle returned, she was thick with child. You. Those were good times. Before you ask, she never mentioned any details about your father. And in my homeland, we respect such silence. Then, I lost everything. Again, I cannot speak of this anymore. Please, leave me.
Yeah, thick with child is a new one. Okay. Brother marrying. Alright, brother marrying. That guy. Welcome back to West Harbor, Arvin. You seem a different person than the one that left here. Yeah, it's been quite a few weeks, brother. I hope the days that have passed haven't been filled with too much hardship. Dawnbringer Natrice asked me to bring this to you. I told that woman that displays of wealth don't impress you, Harborman. I'll just put this money away for future emergencies. Thank you, Arvin. 1,500 points experience. Anything happened in my absence? Bear continues its slide into bleaker seasons. Lizardlings have attacked some of the outlying farmers. Poor Bevel was attacked right after you left as well. He took weeks to recover, but he won't tell a soul what happened. Who attacked him? As I said, he won't talk about it. Georg and Dagon questioned everyone in the village, and no one had any reason to do such a thing. Bevel's still shaken up by the ordeal and stays indoors most of the time. He comes out only when the militia is training. The physical wounds were easy enough to heal. I'm afraid the wounds to the mind will take much longer. Any more about the attack? Yeah, thick with child is a new one. Like really. I'm afraid you know as much as I about the attacks, and every hour gives no new truths. The Duergar and Bladelings came here for a reason, though, and I fear this is far from over. Okay. So, great. Awesome. Wonderful. Okay. So we turn that quest in. Great. So now I go back to West Harbor. Or rather, Port Last. We're leaving from West Harbor. I spent one of those weeks staring down a merchant. Yes, it's true. I actually spent one of those weeks, like, talking to people about stuff while the merchant was staring. So that's really what happened. Okay. I gotta go talk to this dude. Right. Oh, yeah. Great with child. Yes. I've heard that quite a bit. Thick with child is a new one.
What brings you before me?
What do you know of Black Garius?
A Luskan archmage of some power. Not someone you want to cross. Like many of the Arcane Brotherhood, Black Garius aspires to rule, regardless of what harm it may cause.
I think you will find that attitude common among most of the Host Tower, and Garius in particular.
I didn't know they pronounced it
What worries me
Host
is
Tower. I
that
thought it
he
was
may
Host Tower.
succeed.
Why do you say that?
He's amassing power at a pace I dislike. I suspect his brothers are beginning to grow wary of him. Followers flock to his side like vultures to a battlefield. 2 in particular keep me awake at night. The woman Torio Claven and that giant Lorne.
Yep, we've seen both
and
of them.
so the pretty little circle reveals itself.
Torio you might know as Luskin's ambassador to Neverwinter. A treacherous snake, that one. The other one, Lorne, lacks Torio's guile, but compensates for it with brute force. He's a savage fighter and extremely good with a blade. I suspect he handles most of Garius's dirty work.
All right, what about Port Last?
I'm no common magistrate with idle time to chatter about village life. I'll be happy to discuss the finer points of Port Last with you when you're no longer a suspected mass murderer.
Jeez, this guy. All right, I'll do what I can to clear my name.
So be it.
So be it.
Of course, the Luskins would lay claim to our harbor for their warships. Having secured such a prominent location, they could mount a swift attack on Neverwinter. Or Waterdeep, for that matter. They talk of a peaceful coexistence, but I know their words to be false. Luskin's difficulties with Ruithim may have come at a fortunate time. As long as Luskin is at war with their island neighbor,
but not thick
they
with
cannot
child,
turn their attention elsewhere.
Okay. All right, so now we've gathered that information. And I realize that it's pretty late, so we're going to have to stop here shortly. At least I'm out on not the actual main quest in a way, because I'm still trying to get to Emangero's Haven, but something. What do you know, citizen? Did you hear about Ember? It was a massacre. Yeah, I've heard something about it. Who are you? Careful there. Watch the worm sage. I ought to tidy up, but there's never time. Worm sage? Isn't that a reagent for preventing undeath? Yes, that's right. You have an eye for the obscure. Does Port Last have an undead problem? No, it's Ember. A little village north of here. The people were slaughtered. Horribly. If their bodies aren't tended, they'll return as undead. It's only a matter of time. I've not been to Ember since the massacre, but I've heard that the bodies are rotting where they fell. Why haven't they been buried? Ember's in Luskin territory, and the Luskins haven't bothered. Not that I'd expect anything less from Luskin. Surely you can see that this is a crime. Those corpses mustn't be left to rot, nor should innocent souls be condemned to torment. Perhaps you could help? You seem a hardy sort. Why are you so concerned about all this? That is a long story. Certainly not one that would interest you. I'd still like to hear it. Very well, I am in love with a cleric of the Lord of the Dead. Oh boy, here we go. I never told him how I felt. I didn't realize it myself until he was gone. He left Port Last years ago. I've written countless letters to him and to his church superiors, but I've heard nothing. Did he leave because he thought I did not love him? I thought that if I carried out his work, he might hear of it in return. Please, I know you must think me a fool, but surely you can see that Ember's dead deserve to be tended. Will you help? I will. What must I do? I knew you would understand. Look here, this is a worm sage extract mixed with some other reagents. You need only sprinkle the bodies with this extract. If any souls remain trapped within, their negative energies will be suppressed and they'll be free to pass beyond this world. An overly dramatic description and assumption of the properties of souls, but she is correct. The worm sage will serve to fight the necromantic arts. Here, take this bag. Sprinkle a pinch of the powder over each corpse you find, and that should be enough to put the spirit to rest. I'll wait here for your return. Okay, that's fine, because I got to go to Ember anyway at some point, so when I go there, I'll make sure to sprinkle some corpses. Can't wait to count out your corpse. We got the Alliance arms in. And as we all know, chat, you always want to find something in the end. What's this? You there, stop right where you are. Is there a problem? The problem is that you massacred the people of Ember and we don't let murderers run loose in Port Last. I've only been accused of the crime. Nothing has been proven. We know you were at Ember during the massacre. That's proof enough for us. You've been talking to Elaine. That's right. She told us all about you and what you did. I know Elaine believes it was me, but she's mistaken. You'll forgive us if we don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth. We're going to arrest you for disturbing the peace. You're going to become violent and regretfully will be forced to kill you. You're a guard charged with protecting Port Last, correct? An honorable position, if I'm not mistaken. You're damn right it is. What's your point? Is it also your duty to mete out justice whenever you feel like it? What does it matter? Ember needs justice. My guilt or innocence will be determined at my trial, not here and not by you. All right, you can go. Don't think we won't be watching you, though. Good. I think we handled that all right. Welcome to the Alliance Arms. What can I help you with? Can you tell me anything about what happened in Ember? I can tell you plenty, but whether any of it's the truth, well, that remains to be the seen. What have you heard? Take this rumor for a start. Some folks say it was beasts of the Darkwood that savaged Ember. Revenge for disturbing their nests or some such. Frankly, I'm inclined to believe that one. Port Last had a bit of a werewolf problem not too long ago. Wouldn't surprise me if there's more of them hanging about. See, what else? There was this Luskin woman sniffing around a while back. According to her, some adventurers strolled into town and slaughtered everyone just for chuckles. Nothing but lies come out of Luskin lips, so you can ignore that one. It's just my opinion, though. Anything else? And there's Elgin, one of my regulars. He claims he was there, saw the whole thing. Wouldn't exactly call him a liar, but he's always talking about his adventures, which conveniently happen when no one else is around. Other than Elgin, you don't know of anyone else who saw what happened? Well, Hermos seems to have a guest staying with him nowadays, with guards and all. Could be one of the attackers, more likely a survivor. First Captain Hermos out to say, closest thing to a mayor we've got, except without the troublesome election bit. You'll find him at the garrison. Where can I find Elgin? Head on over to the common room. He's probably telling the story for the 100th time. Objection, take that. Okay, let's see. Let's talk to one more. Oh wait, I wanted to ask about the one by the fire. Oh, that's Malin. She's a ranger, I hear. Blows into town every now and then, and she knows the Duskwood well enough. That's the talk, anyway. I had just lined up my arrow on the deer when I heard a growl. I turned, and there was the biggest, blackest wolf I'd ever seen coming right at me. Lucky for me, I had my enchanted dagger with me. With its jaws only inches away from my throat, I lunged, and with a quick twist of the blade, I cut out the beast's heart. Ooh. I was a bit tired after all this fun in the Duskwood, so I decided to head to Ember to rest up. That's when I smelled the smoke. I ran there as quickly as I could, and what did I see? The village in flames, the defenseless people being slaughtered by cruel and evil men. There were dozens of attackers, heavily armed, aided by 4 creatures. Demons, I think. So what did you do? The only thing I could do. I attacked. I cut down 2 of them before they knew I was there, but the others, seeing what a threat I was, ganged up on me. Seems unlikely. I slew several before one of them snuck up from behind and knocked me unconscious. The enemy must have thought me dead because when I woke, they were gone. He had hardly a scratch on him. A tale well worth its weight in words, no doubt. And what of Ember? Sadly, I was too late. Everyone was dead. There was little more I could do, so I returned to Port Last. Yes, you tried, Elgin. The man is clearly a fool, but it is his audience that concerns me. Such tales could be used against us. We should question Elgin and see about the facts of his tale. I haven't seen you noticed around before, just passing through. You saw what happened at Ember? I did. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more to stop it. The rotund frame like you have, it's a wonder the enemy was able to get close to you at all. Oh, sorry, totally wrong voice. Gods, man, you look like you swallowed Ember, not saved it. It is a miracle you survived. Indeed, Timora was watching over me that day. Let's see, just see the attack. Just you can barely handle a blade, you managed to kill many. How just that you can barely handle a blade, but you managed to kill many of these attackers? What? He's wrong, I didn't need his training. I learned to fight somewhere else. On YouTube. Now, if you'll excuse me, I spoke with a survivor. I heard there were only about a dozen attackers at Ember and nothing was mentioned about demons. Survivor? Well, that's good news. With all the smoke, I'm sure I could have been mistaken. Tricks on the eyes and all that. Haha. Now, if you'll excuse me. He's a slippery one. Let's ask around town and see if anyone can help us shed some light on some of his more flamboyant statements. Alright, good night, Thordex. Many pardons, but I have a lot on my mind. Something wrong? My partner, Bradbury, he's 2 days late for our meeting. He's a northerner and a fool, but he's good with pick and wedge and has brought much silver to my house. I was planning on taking him to Am with me, but he heard tell of valuable ore in Duskwood. You two are miners? I'm an artisan and a master trader. Strength can mine a quarry, but wit is needed to fully utilize it. It's something humans have never understood. But at least you're making an effort, something most humans don't bother to do. It's almost as admirable as drawers wanting to be monks. Oh. Once see soot on the anvil, one calls it soot, not silver dust. The name fits, that's the name you use. Besides, she's your mom. You know how they are. Each is entitled to their own opinion, even dwarves. What's Bradbury look like? He's hard to miss. His hair is bright orange, like flame blooms in the desert. It's both. If you happen to see him, just tell him I'm still waiting. Okay. Let's go talk to Malin, and that's going to wrap up after that. You're not from around here. Planning on staying a while or just passing through? Investigating the murders in Ember. What's to investigate? Village is destroyed and everyone's dead. Could have been brigands or gods know what else, but a lord's justice won't bring those villagers back to life. You know of anyone who might have witnessed the attack? Maybe. 3 days gone, I was passing just south of the Duskwood when I spied a column of smoke. I'd say it was coming from the ridge just above Duskwood Grove. Could have been some travelers stopping for the night, or it could be that someone's made a home for themselves. There's a cave up there and a good spot for a camp. Either way, the grove is an hour's walk from Ember, maybe less. Whoever's up there may have seen what happened to the village. Appreciate the help, Melon. Just watch over your bed. Just watch your back. The grove's not known for being friendly to strangers, and if somebody's made a home on that ridge, it could be they're just crazy. You better hope it's as simple as that. Talking about this place depends what you mean. I don't know much about Port Last, but I could bend your ear for hours about the land betwixt here and the Luxkin border. Mostly it's trackless forest, though they say the wood has magic properties. Me, I don't cut down trees. Not when there's dryads and worse lurking about. The only place I've noticed is the Duskwood Grove, but it's gone strange of late. Used to be deer there and plentiful hunting. Now something's driven off all the deer away. Nothing but ferocious beasts and stranger things for miles around the grove. Wait, didn't Elgin say he was hunting deer when Ember was attacked? Unless he was hunting deer that were uncommonly strange and ferocious. I think the man has some explaining to do. I'm fresh from the Duskwood Grove. Took a wound from a dire boar and the beast gave chase. Otherwise I'd not have stopped in town. Alright. I talked about that. Oh, so close to the level. Be someone dwelling there. They may know something about the massacre. Alright, so we got Duskwood Grove. Okay. All right. So when we next play, we have Duskwood Ridge, but we've also got Bradbury's Disappearance. Again, more Duskwood. Have to find out more about Elgin and see what that happens. And then when we get to Ember, we have to put the actual villagers' souls to rest. So... Okay. Lovely. All right, chat. So that was good times, and I wish I could keep going, but it's late, and I'm getting sleepy, which is perhaps not surprising under the circumstances. All right. And just a second here while I get this fixed up. Halfling Wizard Scribe 17, Rogue Inquisitive 3. All right. So, there we go with this. Lovely. And up there. Hi, Craigery. So, all right, that is going to do it for me for tonight, folks. That was fun. We definitely got off topic a little bit. Or, I mean, on topic. Like, it's all on topic. But this was a good time, and I hope that folks enjoyed it as much as I did. And if so, I hope you will consider coming back to us when we are here tomorrow or later today, I should say, because later today is the debut of D&D with I&B Eberron, Oracle of War. You are not going to want to miss this. It's going to be a great campaign, level 1 to level 20. This is really like a session 0.5. We're going to be introducing the world. We're going to be talking about different stuff within it. And we're going to be spending some time introducing the characters and starting play. So that is all going to be happening Saturday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then Sunday, we have Blades in the Dark, and Case of the Cindered Seal makes its triumphant return. And Esper Genesis, which was supposed to happen tonight, has been rescheduled to next Friday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So that's what we've got going on with that. But for right now, I need to rise up on out of here. So if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvanelleron.com. If you like what you saw and heard, please support us on the shop, !ArvShop. The Patreon right there, !ArvTreon. Number of people were able to jump on board with doing stuff like that, or subscribing to the channel, and that of course was great. We had a hype train with bits and cheers, and also of course also subs. So thank you for being a part of that if you were a part of that earlier hype train. So yes, you can subscribe to the channel as well, and of course you can always check out the publishing stuff, !Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for tales and tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book just out of customs in print form. So it's now being sent out to Kickstarter backers and then the store orders as well. And then it's going out to retail in general. And of course we have Grayshade KS, which is my Grayshade Kickstarter. First book in that series will be published by Athos Arts in the next 6 weeks or so, and then the rest of it, the last 2 books, plus tabletop game, role-playing game, plus a board game, plus an audiobook by Trendane, all of that will be part of this Kickstarter, which we're looking to launch in late summer and early fall. So that's what we're looking at here. Other than that, though, I think that's the only thing I need to mention about that, except as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of protecting Black lives, and Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. As I always say, very important to reach out to others if you need help, and to reach out to others if they need help as well. Now, with all that said, let's see who we're going to raid. If anybody. Oh, I know who we're going to raid, I think. If this person's still going to be on, let's find out. Cool. All right, I know who we're going to raid. Correct. That's right, Shadowed. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That would be for the one later in the month because I'm trying to get an intro video done for that also, which I'm handling elsewhere. But yes, that is correct. And it would be, yes, correct. Yeah. That, however, is going to be it for me. So when we do a raid, it's real simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, and that will, you're going to type in the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you want to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, and then you've got Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany What, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love. All of those Arvanys are really appreciated, and they make a big difference in spreading the word about the channel. So please consider jumping on board and doing that with us when you are brought over auto-magically. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight, and I will double check that. Yeah, thanks, Lost Rivers. Thank you to Dragon Spear. Thank you to Rock God, to Shadow Mage, the Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, best mods in the business. Thank you so much. Thank you as well to Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Rising Tides, Triffity Mats. Thank you to Commander Dunsel. There we go. Thank you to Crit Twitch. Thank you to Live Suing and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you all for the subscribing to the channel and your Patreon support as well. Thank you to an anonymous gifter, and thank you to everybody for all the gift subs today in the hype train. Again, I really appreciate that. Thank you to Anthony Just Rob. Thank you to Actor. Thank you to Cinder XP. Yes. Thank you to Craigery. Thank you to Dark Show, to Terminologies, Forceps, Sky Shield, Great Butler. Thank you to Qualaman. Thank you to Lichner. Thank you to Lost Rivers, to Lurking Chat, who was lurking apparently. Thank you to Pawfina. Thank you to Penguin Question Man. Thank you to Raidens, Strike Ninja, Tauntoms, TNS Mephiston, you, Christensen, V&K, Wenchkin, and Yamickle. Thank you so much to everyone for being here and for being awesome. And I'm going to catch you lovely people Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for the debut of D&D with INB and Eberron. More of this game to come later in the month, fear not. But that's going to do it for me, and I will catch you folks Saturday at 7 p.m. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night. Huh?